Hello, welcome. It's me, Imogen, and we are streaming on Twitch and YouTube live for the world to see. Drowning Devil, hello. Wombat, hello. Ray, hello. Nikki, hello. So many lovely humans indeed. Today is great because I'm streaming, and streaming is great. Today is also even more tired than last stream because last night my band had a show, and shows and playing in a punk band kind of takes a lot of physical energy. It's not so much mental, I think, but definitely physically taxing to blow all that air into a saxophone. You're in a band? Yes, I am Drowning Devil. That's a new update since the old days. That's so wizard. That's a great adjective. I need to start. Oh man, I should start saying that. That's so wizard, dude. That's a that's a great phrase. I need to like download that one. That's so wizard. That's so wizard. Um, yeah, band show was good. For anyone who follows my Instagram, I reposted one story that involves me playing saxophone within the shot, and then involves me going into the mosh pit with my saxophone to play part of the song, which was pretty cool. That's a wizard tells me you grew up in 80s white suburbia without saying you grew up in 80s white suburbia, except Ray is Chilean. um, uh, See, I love like random old slang from times long past. I love catch you on the flip side. That's a phrase that I love. That's so wizard is really cool. Um, any of the sort of uh laid back surfer or skater kind of things, right? That's so Wizard was slang at one point. I mean, it must have been, right? It's certainly not modern slang. uh, but it's really cool. I really like it. But me and you, Drowning Devil, we're youngins. We're not as old as the rest of my chat. Here's a wild fact for you guys. Did you know that Big Bird was going to be on the Challenger space shuttle? I don't know how Sesame Street would have handled that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they would have done that, right? Um, but I mean, that would have been quite tragic. Quite tragic. It was tragic anyway, right? But so it goes. That phrase makes me instantly think of the NES. I feel like that makes sense. Imagining like two suburban kids, suburban. I like that more than suburban. Suburban kids, like next to each other on their NES. And they're like eating some appropriately packaged like I don't know, whatever 80s, 90s American snack food. And it's like shot on a very terrible camera. I'm like putting this into a film. We're like watching them from behind. This is like the opening shot. This is the establishing shot of a film. Two kids from behind playing a game on the NES. And the first line in the film, something happens in the game, and they're like, "That's so wizard," and like then the movie kicks off from there. Yeah, that'd be great. Love it. Um, Another fun fact: they sent like 1,000 tampons up into space with the first female astronaut. 1,000. That's such a male engineering thing to do. Such a how many months they think she's gonna be up there? I'm curious what part of my post in Discord was humorous. It wasn't meant to be funny, so I may need to make adjustments. That's funny. I feel like I sent someone a poem and then they're like, "Yeah, I really liked it," and I like laughed at a part of it too. And I'm like, "Huh. Wait, let me go back and read this and see if there's like something funny in this poem." right? Is there in fact anything funny here? And I think there was some like wordplay, which I think could be understood as humorous. So, but it is quite interesting to write something and then have it be interpreted completely differently from what you expected. If you aren't laughing at my poems, I'm doing something wrong. That's a good approach, and certainly not my approach, but it is one approach, and an approach that many people take. So yeah, Wizard was a banger of a movie. There was a movie called Wizard. I love hearing about media that's so far lost to me. Wizard. I feel like I need to like definitely add movie. Wizard movie. 1989 film. Yo, look at that art. That's fucking dope. What is going on here? Oh, it's not letting me zoom in. Comedy drama directed by Tom Holland. No, Todd Holland. Uh Children, youngest of whom is emotionally withdrawn but gifted at playing video games as they travel to California to compete in a video game tournament known for its extensive product placement of Nintendo material. It officially introduced Super Mario Bros. 3 to North America, which then became the best-selling standalone video game, despite receiving generally negative reviews upon release. Garnered a cult following. That seems awesome. Seems fucking sick. Damn. He has PTSD from his sister dying, so he plays video. Wow. Wow, this is like, that's tragic. I guess video games are healing or something. That's cool. It's all about the Power Glove. The Power Glove? What's the Power Glove? It's an esports movie from before esports was $1 billion industry. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's like prescient, to make a film about something before it really exists. Um, Wizard 101 is an underrated MMO in my top three of all time. I never played Wizard 101. I never really played MMOs though. It's not really my genre. Yeah, I feel like I've always been a puzzle game kind of person and then like narrative games. And then I had my shooter era, which was really just me playing a lot of Overwatch, right? Okay, the Power Glove. The Power Glove is a stupid alt controller for the NES that makes you look stupid. Wow, that's a okay, but it's like so sick. I mean, like, yes, it makes you look stupid, but there's so much power in that glove, right? Look at how that's really dumb. The inglorious rise and fall of Nintendo Power Gloves. That's so sick. That's dude, this kid. Look, he's so badass. It's fucking dope. The worst accessory was also the coolest. See, that's what I'm saying, right? It's so cool. Um, Now we just have like dual shock controllers or whatever, you know, and like keyboard and mouse. I tried playing Wizard 101 as a kid. I was more of a Club Penguin kid, though. I see. I also never did Club Penguin, though. I definitely was in the appropriate era where I could have. I'm fairly certain Haptic Gear was loosely based on it. That makes sense. We wore the hell out of our power pad, different from a power glove. Um, we should have kept the power glove. To be fair, we have VR, which is kind of close to the Power Glove. Yeah, I think yeah, haptic systems VR. That's like the natural extent of the Power Glove and such things, right? So that kind of makes sense. Let's read some poetry, shall we? Now that we've had a nice little conversation about Power Gloves and video games and wizards. I've not had enough water yet this morning. Okay, I know you've submitted something, Drowning Devil, and it's like it's in the Google form submission, which I kind of have to figure out how to access from my iPad. YouTube submissions. Okay. No. Yes, responses. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna read a Drowning Devil poem if you're around and desirous of me reading your poem, because it's been so long since we've read a Drowning Devil poem, and that's very exciting. And it's called Devil on My Shoulder, which is a seems like a good name. Oh, absolutely. Excellent. Then we will absolutely read your poem. I actually got something today, and not old rehash stuff. That's cool. New shit from Ray is very exciting. I saw the title of it, right? It was like The Sublime and the Mundane or something. And I really love the idea of the sublime and whatever exists in contrast to it. So that's good. Maybe we'll read that afterward. I'm not sure. Okay. Drowning Devil, with your submission, you say the flow seems off, and I'm wondering how I can improve it. I also feel like I got lost while writing it, which I think is definitely a common thing to happen sometimes, right? You start to write, and particularly with poetry, it can just kind of go in all sorts of directions, and if we don't kind of curtail the impulse, we can get lost. And I remember maybe like 1 year into my writing of poetry, I would do this a lot where I'd start to write and there'd be an idea, and then it would just start to like go places on its own accord, and that wasn't very useful for the poem, right? Because we generally want something that feels, consistent in some capacity, right? And feels like it's not getting, as you say, lost, right? I'll put the poem on the screen in a second. It will be there in but a moment. Uh, yeah, okay. Not turning on its own. The classic black screen. Okay. There we go. Poem. Oh, by the way, fun thing. This is supposed to be one of your Western accent poems. And for two, salon is supposed to be saloon. Don't know what you mean by that second part is, but Western inspired. That's interesting. Um, I'm not sure that I will be performing this in a Western accent. Although I kind of, I guess, like Western accent. I mean, I guess my accent is Western, right? I live in the West. It's a modern Western accent. Uh, what's a Western accent? I mean, I can think of like a Southern drawl, which kind of has that, but like, I don't know if there's like an established sort of cowboy kind of accent. In a recent D&D campaign I played, I was like a cowboy, and I came from Texas because it wasn't D&D, it was Fate, and it was in alternate history 2003. in the Middle East, but my character came from Texas. Uh, so I talked in a southern drawl, and that was my character, and I talked like this for the entire campaign, which was lasted for the duration of 1 week, where the whole group was together. We were on like a trip in California, and so I got stuck in this accent for like we'd stop playing the campaign and we'd just be talking normally, and I'd be like, "Here I am. I'm still in character. I'm still Faulkner. Faulkner was the character's name, and he just I just let it be low, let the vocal fry come out, and that's what I was doing the whole time. I was worried that it was gonna stick with me like once I got home, and I'd be randomly talking in like a southern accent upon my return. Luckily it didn't, which is nice. But I still have that one. It's like it's downloaded. I just practiced it for like a week straight. Um, yeah. Anyway. Drowning Devil. Other than the question of flow and getting lost. Right. Do you have any other questions? Any things you would like for me to consider as we read your work, or any things you would like chat to consider as we read your work? Of course, always chat is more than welcome to provide their feedback and comments and those kinds of things. Uh, and that's no, not devil. Drowning Devil is the author of this poem, and we're going to read it. So here we go. Here is Devil on my shoulder. Heaven is something I dreamed of when I was 6. It's a good first line. Heaven is something I dreamed of when I was 6. I dreamed of fluffy clouds, the golden gates. I dreamed of the long and lost. I would pray each day, wish my family well. That's what you're supposed to do, to save your soul from hell. But I never screamed or cried when I heard the devil's whisper. He sounded quite nice, and I was taught to be quite chipper. Okay, we're falling into the drawl. We sat down at the old saloon. Oh, I see. Salon is supposed to be saloon. Saloon. We chatted like a litter. He played some little fiddle, and what he said next was quite the hitter. God's the love around you. You can feel him in the air. Don't let your fellow man destroy what will always be there. The devil smiled wide, but I was still confused. I don't believe. Won't that make him feel used? The devil wondered out loud, himmin and hawin'. God knows your heart when he knows when it's true. He knows when you are mean or kind, that's all he ever do. The devil then pointed at his eye, a black eye patch that flipped and showed demise, a wall of flesh just beyond the lid. Got it fighting bandits, but I'm the one that hid. They're evil, vile things, but I'm just another sinner. I drink and smoke and wine. I'm no better than the bandits, I'm just a little kind. He stood and took a shot. He wobbled to and through. He pointed at my head and spoke words I didn't know. We're all just dirty sinners, but God loves us till the end. I hope you find your place somewhere along the bend. The devil on my shoulder. Hemmin? Yeah, hemmin and hawin'. We hem and we haw. Okay, this is fun. Yeah, so it's a narrative, right? And narratives can help us kind of not get lost in our poetic pursuit, right? Narrative can help us with keeping some consistency and keeping some flow and not kind of losing the plot. However, I do think when you suggest that you feel like maybe you get off the rails a little bit, is maybe toward this like bandit section where we're talking about the eye patch and all of this. Like he's telling this story, but I think maybe it's pretty close to the end of the poem, and maybe it feels like introducing a new detail in this part. At least for me, upon a first read, maybe feels like that thing that might be suggesting like the getting lost. Because up to the rest of that, oh my gosh, who's calling me? Where's my phone? Okay, hold on, hold on. Phone's ringing. Gotta find it. Sorry, I'm like high key like live on Twitch right now. Yeah, yeah, we can call later if you're around. Cool, see ya. Yeah, thanks. Okay, the phone has been answered. What's poppin'? Yeah, the phone was poppin'. That's for sure. um, okay, 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 okay. Um, yeah, okay. Okay, we're back. We're back. The phone has been answered. I will talk to my friend later. Anyway, so we have this poem. We have this poem, this narrative about this Western man. I think there's some cool things going on, right? In quite a few of the things. So we have like heaven is something I dreamed of when I was 6. I dreamed of fluffy clouds, the golden gates. I dreamed of the long and lost. And something I like here, right? I mean, you sort of like maybe primed me to be thinking this as a poem about the West. But like the golden gates, right? Of course, the gates of heaven, but we also have like the Golden Gate Bridge in the West. And I think like in this sort of period when there would be sort of saloons and this sort of cowboy bandit aesthetic, right? The Western like frontier was sort of like a big dream and this big like promise of like hope, even something sort of like salvation like. So I kind of dig that. That's just a fun little like wordplay detail in some capacity, right? But anyway, so how do I want to talk about this flow and the idea of getting lost? Because I think the poem itself is like pretty, I guess, like straightforward in terms of meaning, in terms of our narrative, right? We have, this person talking, they dreamed of heaven, right? They would pray each day, sort of like a good Christian, God fearing, doesn't want to go to hell, right? And then we introduce something new, right? We introduce the idea of the devil, right? I never screamed or cried when I heard the devil's whisper. He sounded quite nice. And I was taught to be quite chipper, right? So kind of this idea of the devil as something friendly, of something you know, personable in that way, right? And just kind of chatting, being chipper, being nice. Uh, we have, the reference of the devil playing the fiddle, right? And just all of that. Very, you know, I think this works nicely as a continuation of the story, right? And then this quote is interesting, right? And what he said next was quite the hitter. And I think in this poem, right, it is kind of quite the hitter, right? God's the love around you. You can feel him in the air. Don't let your fellow man destroy what will always be there. Right, the devil smiled wide, but I was still confused. But I don't believe, won't that make him feel used? And I think it's kind of cool because we have this very different definition, this different portrayal of like the devil himself, right? Where even the devil kind of says at the end, right? we're all just dirty sinners, but God loves us till the end. So there's this idea of like the devil and this sort of seductive force and all of that, right? Being also being a sinner, just being like another man, right? So we're kind of setting up this feeling and this idea up to this point and with our conclusion of the poem, right? Of the devil as this sort of like personable, amicable, friendly, very human like voice. And I think that makes sense, right? The devil on my shoulder, right? It's this human impulse that we're discussing. And then that sort of also leads us to reframe God. And I think that's probably something that in our story, right, the devil would naturally do, right? God's the love around you. You can feel him in the air. Don't let your fellow man destroy what will always be there. And this is interesting, right? Because this is like coming from the devil. So we have the devil as someone who would sort of rather listen to God, right? Don't let your fellow man destroy what will be there. Don't let your fellow man destroy God. Don't like sort of get lost from that thing. Um, but I think, and like these are some interesting lines and some cool like reframings of that kind of stuff. But I also feel like around here in this middle section, maybe starting at this stanza and then up to here, I think is kind of the point where I struggle to put together exactly like the direction of this conversation, maybe, right? If we're talking about, this poem and its flow and its consistency and all of that, right? And so we have the devil talking in this way, kind of accepting all of these things about God. God knows your heart. He knows when it's true. He knows when you are mean or kind. That's all he ever do, right? And then even we have the devil as this sort of like cowardly but like kind sinner, right? So it's a really interesting portrayal, and I like this portrayal of the devil as someone who is friendly, as someone who is agreeable, and maybe in some way it serves to like reframe God, where like God's not wrong and the devil's not wrong either. I'm not sure, but and maybe that's where this like, but I don't believe, won't that make him feel used line kind of comes in. But I feel like maybe something that happens here is we get a lot of the devil, right? We get a lot of the devil talking, and I think we lose some of our narrator, right? We get this opening where we have our narrator and our sort of point of view. And once we get to the saloon, we have like the devil, and then we have like a little line from us, but then we have like the devil, and we have the devil, and we have the devil, and then we have the devil, right? And maybe that's where this poem, one of the things that could make this poem feel like it's kind of going off the rails, as you say, right? Is that we set up this opening, this character, and then we kind of depart to the devil, but we only sort of make it back and circle back when the devil addresses, I hope you find your place somewhere along the bend, right? So that could probably be part of what's contributing to like that feeling, right? Welcome, LNK. Hello. Um Space Shuttle, you say Jesus, the devil, the Tooth Fairy, and the Queen of England are guys I don't put belief in. There you go. I don't either. I do want to point out the word kind almost has an additional layer because it means expensive. I didn't know it means expensive as a meaning, but we have they're God at fighting bandits, but I'm the one that hid. They're evil, vile things, but I'm just another sinner. I drink and smoke and wine. I'm no better than the bandits. I'm just a little kind. Right. So yeah, if it's just a little expensive, right, then there's sort of the meaning here of, listening to the devil has a cost, right? There's a cost here in the drinking and smoking and whining. I like how wine is, you know, um, sonically the same, right, as wine, and so it goes along with the drinking and smoking, of course, but then also to whine and to complain. Uh but yeah, right, that there is some kind of cost kind of like implied here in a way, slightly a little bit, right? And maybe this is one of those things like where we've established, right? This is the devil on my shoulder, right? So we are left immediately to distrust the devil in whatever they're saying and whatever they're talking about. The interesting thing, right, is like the devil in this scene doesn't particularly offer any of that kind of like bargain, right? Doesn't offer like advice in some way, right? We're all just dirty sinners, but God loves us till the end. I hope you find your place somewhere along the bend. And maybe the advice here sort of, right, as the devil wants to lead this Western man, right? This Western man away from God, right? Maybe the story is sort of that the devil wants him to accept his sin, right? And just to drink and smoke and wine, and like rather than finding his place, right, in God, finding his place in the sort of worship and this that's suggested at the beginning of the poem, right, to find your place around or along the bend, which I think is a very like Western attitude, which is why I think this kind of works well, right? Um, Somewhere along the bend. I think that's how I would read this, right? That in the West, salvation is offered by, you know, going somewhere, right? By the frontier, by, colonization and manifest destiny. Um, and then it sort of ties back to this Golden Gates double meaning, right? Where the dream that replaces God is the dream of the West and the dream of the open range and the dream of the well, colonizing, right? But I think that's and then everything can kind of be reframed in that Western attitude. I would pray each day to save my family from hell. And then hell, right, sort of just becomes like death and unsuccess and the failure of prospecting, and the failure of man himself, right? If we're praying to the golden gates of the West Coast and such. Um, but yeah, and I either way, I really like this devil who is friendly, and this devil who is kind of charming and charismatic. Uh, but I think this dialogue that's happening in the middle, or even really this monologue from the devil, could could maybe involve more back and forth. I'm not sure. We can also talk about flow in a second. Poetry demands good wordplay like that. Some poetry does, for sure. Yeah. Um, the devil is just a little misunderstood. Yeah. I don't remember the rules or if they changed since I last joined. Can I talk about what I was thinking? I usually like wait till the end, for people to sort of explain their poem. Uh, Generally, I prefer that. One thing I find fascinating is that logically speaking, the devil would be more similarly to humans than humans are to God. Yeah, absolutely, right? And thus could be thought to seem more sympathetic. That's my take as a Christian. Yeah, and I think that's what this is going for, right? That the devil is like a man, that the devil is, you know, he just calls himself another sinner. He says that I'm like you. Um, and then it sort of says to, settle with being a man and to accept your mortal, you know, existence, your sin, and not try to pursue that sort of lofty thing called God, right? And then and even this line, right? God knows your heart. He knows when it's true. He knows when you are mean or kind. And then that last line, right? That's all he ever do. Right? So it's like God doesn't actually do anything, the devil says, but like sit in his, heaven on high and watch down and, uh, uh, know things in his lofty height. And like once you die and go to heaven, like sure there's maybe something up there. But like me, right, I'm the devil. And I guess this is where like the how the flow happens here, right? God is up there, but then the devil points at his eye, a black eye patch that flipped and showed demise, a wall of flesh just beyond the lid. I got it fighting bandits, but I'm the one that hid. So it's like, but look at me, right? I'm the devil. I am man. I do something, right? I, you know, fight bandits and I try to be kind and do things. I drink and I smoke. And so maybe it says that like in a way even man is the devil on his shoulder. Man is these kind of human impulses. And God is just that rest of things, that sort of pervasive whatever. Um Not gonna lie, that section gives me Santa vibes. Right. God knows your hearts. He knows when it's true. He knows when you are mean or kind, right? Um, and maybe that kind of works in a way, right? Um, like it sort of makes God seem a little silly if we're associating him with like Santa. He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, right? So in a sense, right, that could be a nice thing for this poem if we're having the devil, want to say this as a way to not take God too seriously, right? That all he does is kind of sit at a distance and watch what you're doing, right? Ironically, I'm not Christian, but I like the thought of a higher power. I'm just not really religious. I mean, that makes sense. I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah, right. And then we have this sort of sin, right? This sort of devil, and the Christians will call, anything the devil, right? Um, but but then we still have a reframing of God that exists within like the framing of man, right? God's the love around you. You can feel him in the air. Don't let your fellow man destroy what will always be there. So then God is just like this sort of pervasive, kind of universal, like kind of like force, right? God as love, God as like this emotion, God as this uh uh kind of, not embodied, not religious kind of thing. Uh and then it would make sense, right? God knows your heart, knows when it's true, knows when it's mean or kind, because then God is almost just this, like, according to the devil, just sort of this, like, human morality, right? This feeling of good and bad, this feeling of the heart being true or mean or kind. And so if God is that, right, then he, in quotes, kind of knows all of these things. So I think that kind of works uh, works fairly consistently throughout the poem in that way, right? Fun fact, saying God bless you when someone sneezes comes from the archaic belief that sneezing was a demon coming out of you. I think I have heard that, yeah. I didn't notice any demons come out, but um, I'll take any blessings that people wanna pile on. Oh, you said bless you. Thank you, Nikki. Uh, it's a similar reason that you're supposed to throw salt over your left shoulder when you spill it. That's interesting. I feel like I spill salt a lot. Maybe there are lots of demons hanging out because of that. I love superstition. Those like human kind of quirks, right? Okay. So you asked Drowning Devil about flow, and I think to me flow, right, is how we get from kind of like one stanza to the next, and also the idea of how we get from one idea to the next. Because sometimes we shift ideas within stanzas, or we have the same idea across multiple stanzas, right? So we can see, like in the opening, heaven is something I dreamed of when I was 6. I dreamed of fluffy clouds, the golden gates. I dreamed of the long and lost. I would pray each day, wish my family well. That's what you're supposed to do to save your soul from hell, right? So that's just like basically a continuation of one idea, and I feel like it flows fine, right? We have like some rhyming sometimes, right? We have the well and the hell. We have like cried and nice later, which is like, oh, and then like whisper chipper, right? But then we have like litter hitter, but not lines 1 and 3 here, air and there, confused and used. So we have like a somewhat regular rhyme scheme, but then also as we go on to here, we have like a 6-line stanza, and we don't have rhymes until 4 and 6, right? And I think actually, when we talk about the flow of a poem, something that a rhyme scheme does, and by a rhyme scheme I mean a regular rhyme scheme, right, is it creates like expectation, right? When we know that a rhyme is going to land in a certain place, as we are reading the poem, it kind of helps us move through it more naturally and more fluidly, right? If I'm reading and I know I'm coming up and I'm like, okay, we sat down in the old saloon, we chatted like a litter, he played some little fiddle, and what he said next was quite the hitter. And if I've set up the expectation that like hitter is going to come, then I'm kind of ready for it, and it helps me move through the poem. But when we don't have a regular rhyme scheme, right, sometimes what can happen is that can actually break up our flow, right? And I think that's something that I felt happening when I got down to this stanza here, right? Because I'd be like, okay, the devil wondered out loud, hemming and hawing. The God knows your heart. He knows when it's true. He knows when you are mean or kind. That's all he'll ever do. And I feel like when I get to like these lines, I'm sort of somewhat expecting like the 3 or the 2 and 4 rhyme, right? Because we have the air there, litter, hitter, confused, used, right? And then we have like this variation on that. And then we have like some 5-line stanzas, which like totally kind of breaks that expectation. And I think, this can be used intentionally, right? This part we also have like the devil talking, right? And kind of going on this like rambly story, right? And he's kind of maybe getting drunk, right? If they're like drinking together. So maybe there's a way to like frame this intentionally as like the rhyme scheme kind of breaking down and becoming less, functional. And I think we even kind of have that here. He stood and took a shot. He wobbled to and through. He pointed at my head and spoke words I didn't know. Right? And I actually really love this part, right? Cuz like you want through to rhyme with new, but that's just not how it works grammatically, and instead we have no, and it feels like so kind of off kilter. And I think that works with like the wobbliness of this kind of stanza. If you set up the devil's wobbliness earlier, I think it could actually kind of support this rhyme structure happening here, right? Because at that point, then it's like, oh, like the devil doesn't quite latch on to the rhyme scheme of the person or whatever. But then you might also want like to set up your rhyme scheme of the person in the first stanza or something, right? We can create consistency so that we break it. But if sort of throughout the whole time there's no consistency and there's no expectation, then it can just create a feeling of like uncertain rhythm. And I think this poem has a lot of motion. I think it has a lot of like it's telling a story. And I think that's why we see like verse and very like common forms and like rhyme structures in like epic poems and like narrative things, because they help us push through the narrative, and narratives love to have some bounce and they love to have some energy put into them, right? So I think that could help you, right? And that's like flow on like a words level, and it's kind of stanza to stanza. But there's still also the idea of like how your ideas flow, right? um Was it supposed to be wobbled to and fro? I think fro is a weird word. But that's what I was expecting. Yeah, right. And I think that adds to the wobbliness as well. If we had wobbled to and fro, right, then this would rhyme with no, which I think is quite fun, right? So you're like doubly like you're sort of rhyming through what we expected to be here, and then you're like sort of rhyming through what we expected to be here based on the rhyme. This is like a really clever little moment of the poem, right? If we have wobbled to and fro, then it rhymes with spoke words I didn't know. But we have wobbled to and through, which makes us want this to be new, but it's no, which rhymes with the imagined fro that we would have put here. Uh, yeah, I think that really does like place this very off kilter in like an exciting way with the wobbling, right? With the taking a shot. So I quite like that moment. And I think that's an example where breaking the natural flow can do a lot of benefit for you because it's intertwining with the ideas, right? The idea here is that the devil is wobbly, he's off kilter, he's sort of stumbling off and giving his final words. And it's like, he doesn't say it right. I also like that framing, right? The framing as the devil as sort of the incarnation of something fallible, right? And human, right? To make mistakes. Whereas we sort of have God and this like higher thing as a contrast, right? As infallible, right? And I think that it could work very well in this poem to lean into this idea of seeing the different ways that the devil could be made to seem more fallible, and for example, making sort of, we can call them, mistakes in his actual speaking, right, or in his sort of breaking of the rhyme scheme and sort of mistakes of the poetry, right, which is kind of cool. Continuing on flow, right? Since we talked about rhyme scheme and all of that. But I never screamed or cried when I heard the devil's whisper. He sounded quite nice, and I was taught to be quite chipper. Some of these repetitions are nice for flow, right? Quite nice, quite chipper, right? Sometimes we have like little fiddle, litter. We have some sound things that help us move through the poem. We sat down in the old saloon, we chatted like a litter, he played some little fiddle, and what he said next was quite the hitter. God's the love around you. You can feel him in the air. Don't let your fellow man destroy what will always be there. The devil smiled wide, and I was still confused, but I don't believe. Won't that make him feel used? The devil wondered out loud, hemming and hawing. God knows your heart, he knows when it's true, he knows when you are mean or kind, that's all he'll ever do. And I think, like, maybe this is the part where, like, the flow of ideas starts to be a little bit uncertain, right? So we have, like, you know, the devil saying God is like love, and then, I say I'm confused, won't this make him feel used? And then the devil just kind of says, like, another thing about God. I mean, it is this thing that, like, sort of makes God seem like less, right? A little bit silly, a little bit like that's all he'll ever do. He's not that important or whatever. So maybe that makes sense. Um, the devil then pointed at his eye, a black eye patch that flipped and showed demise, a wall of flesh just beyond the lid. Got it fighting bandits, but I'm the one that hid. And I think this part particularly is like where the ideas don't feel like they flow super naturally as a narrative, because we're going from like really big discussion of like God, right? And all we really know about the devil is that he comes in, he's played some fiddle, he's friendly, and he talks about God. And then we introduce this idea of his eye, the eye patch, and then that he got it fighting bandits. And so we're going from like big scale, like God stuff, right, down to like small stick scale, like bandit stuff. I wonder almost if we could like um, start with this, right? Like if we're talking about formatting and rearranging this poem so it flows, right? We have his eye, and then this gives us like a detail about the guy that we're talking to, right? At if we like kind of put this somewhere up here, and then he says like got it fighting bandits, but I'm the one that hid. So then we have like the devil is a coward, but then we have like the devil who is kind, and then maybe we can like get into God. That maybe would be a more flowing way to do that. Maybe it wouldn't work. I don't know. Not me literally taking notes. Oh, it's good. I mean, uh, I'm glad you are. That means you want to remember stuff, which is cool. Um, so like that's a way to do it. But I think, right, when we have ideas in a work, some ideas are very big and very abstract, and this is like God. And then we have some ideas that are very small and very concrete, like the eye patch, right? And sometimes to jump from really big abstract conversations to small concrete ideas can feel jarring from the reader if we don't, do something to transition or to, create flow between these things, right? And that can be using, kind of things like metaphor or wordplay or that kind of thing, right? To get us from point A to point B. It can be creating like a narrative justification, a reason that the conversation would go from here to here, um, kind of rather than just like, oh, here's my eye patch now, right? If like there was some turn that got us from God to another thing to eye patch, right? That could kind of help us in some way. Because I love the idea of this poem, and I have a vision of it being this awesome thing, but I need to be more intentional with my choices. Yeah, yeah, and that's always so hard to do with poetry, right? Because it's such an emotional thing to write poetry, and we can so often get lost in the ideas and lost in the expression and lost in all the things we want to say and the things we didn't know we wanted to say when we set out to write the work at the beginning, right? So to slow down and to be intentional and to really be critical is quite the task for sure. Um yeah. But I think there are lots of good ideas here, right? I'm also wondering if it would be better as a short story. Something you can do, right? Something I've heard of, people doing. I haven't really personally done this, but there are some writers who will take the same idea, in this case, the devil at the saloon, right? And they will take this idea and first they'll write it as a poem, right? And then maybe they'll write it as a short story. And then maybe they'll write it as a prose poem. And then maybe they'll write it as a chapter, right? And then maybe they'll write it as a script. There are some artists who work this way, right? And what this allows you to do, right, if you take the same single idea and write it in multiple forms, then you basically get to explore a whole bunch of different ways to express it. And you get to literally see, right, as you compare these different things, you can find what was the best way to express this idea that I was trying to say, right? And then maybe you're like, okay, the poem was kind of the best, but my poem is still kind of lacking, so I'm going to go edit this poem, right? But then what you get is you probably, as you wrote this as a short story, as you write this as a prose poem, as you wrote this as a script, as you wrote this as a chapter, right, is you're going to come back to the poem or whatever you decide on. Maybe you decide on it as a short story. Maybe you decide on it as a script from a play or a TV show, right? What you end up getting when you come back to your final, kind of medium or form is you're going to have 5 times as many ideas, right? And then new perspectives because to write this poem as a short story will require different perspectives, right? It will require you to set the scene more strongly of the saloon because that's what prose demands sometimes. It will require you to have more dialogue, right? Particularly if you wrote this as a script or something, right? It will require you to have more action, maybe, if you wrote this as like a chapter, because it just needs to be longer and more fleshed out. So then, so I encourage that, right? Maybe this works better as a short story. Maybe it does, but we don't know until we write a short story. And then we can look at these two things. And whenever we decide on can be informed by the other. And then you can do it again with as many forms as you want, right? There's nothing to stop you from writing The Devil at the Saloon as a painting, right? If you're able to do that, right? Or The Devil at the Saloon as a song, right? Or whatever, right? Because then, and even within this, right, a chapter, it can be a chapter from the devil's perspective. It can be a chapter from the main character's perspective. It can be a chapter from the bartender's perspective. It can be a chapter from the perspective of the table, right? So there's truly infinite ways, starting with a single idea, to approach telling a story. And if you really love the idea, then it could probably be very beneficial to explore as many of these as is useful for you, right? Ironically, this did start as me trying to write a song. Yeah. And that's cool. And that also shows how these things can change, right? And we don't need to be tied to a single form. You redeemed hydrate. Thank you. I really need to drink water. That's good. Water is good. My favorite beverage. Been lurking for half an hour. Welcome, Bobby Central. I say one goddamn thing. Oh, did you say something earlier? Oh, I do this method in animating and drawing a character and using how I visualize them into who they become on the page. Yeah, that's super cool, right? Um, in animating and drawing. Yeah, right? Because you can, in that, you have so many different ways to draw them, right? You can draw that individual character or idea in like a whole bunch of different ways, right? Oh, you do know each other in chat. That's funny. Um, yeah, so it works with any art form. I mean, let's say we have an idea for a painting, right? We can say, I have an idea for a painting. I'm going to try out one composition, right? And then I'm going to try a different composition, right? Or I'm going to try to do a different kind of paint, right? I'm going to do one in acrylic and one in watercolor and one in gouache, and one will be a collage and one will be a sketch, right? And then I'm going to try this as, something else. And then when we've looked at different options, this works in any form of art. I think most of what I say on the stream tends to work for any form of art, right? Because all art is really the same. It's how we take an idea and a story, right? And how we use some medium to demonstrate, to express, to idealize that idea or story, right? To idealize an idea. That's funny. Um, I thought you'll come back to your poem and thought Lotus was about to conclude that everything ends in poetry, circle of life, a roundabout. No, it would be far too presumptuous of me to say that no matter what, you're going to explore all of these things and come back to poetry. I think I find myself coming back to poetry, right? But but no, no, no. Yeah, every painter, right? They're gonna keep trying different ways to paint the idea, and eventually realize that the ultimate form of expression, is poetry, right? The animator will try a bunch of different, versions of their character, and then they'll realize that it should just be a poem. Everything evolves into poetry, right? It's like how everything evolves into crabs. Uh, that's the fundamental truth of art. No, I kid. I kid. Maybe that would be good because then there'd be more poets and more people to watch my Twitch channel, but I don't think that can be the case. Um, tragically. I was just trying to listen to the nice person's voice and write, and you had to ruin it, Eileen. Damn, we got beef in chat. Wow, that's fun. I love how people like recognize each other from Twitch chats. Much how like everything is art, everything is poetry. Perhaps you just need to think of it in the right way. I wonder if everything is art. I don't think so. I think art is a very specific thing. I think there was a point where I was saying like everything's art, everything's poetry. Now I say that everything is beautiful, and to engage with that beauty through a medium is art, right? Poetry, the crab of art. Yeah. Uh, okay. Anyway, Drowning Devil, do you have any other questions about this poem? Any other if you want, you can talk about your perspective on it, or if anyone else has comments and that kind of thing on this poem. I think we're sort of wrapping up talking about the poem itself. The poem's pretty fun. Yeah. I don't know if you mean this poem or the form of the poem, but I think both are the case. Everything was beautiful and nothing hurt. I feel like that's like a song lyric, no? Um, but it's a good line nonetheless. This one? Yeah, this is a fun poem. I wrote an essay when I was a kid about how anything can be art if you care about it enough. Oh, it's from Slaughterhouse-Five. That makes sense. That makes sense, Eileen. That was a great book. Oh wait, it's Ellen, not Eileen. Ellen. Yeah. Yeah. Slaughterhouse-Five. That's a banger. Everything was beautiful and nothing hurt. It was a funny book. Not much. I will say the short part was supposed to be a double thing where it was supposed to, um, oh, be either he took a shot or he's shooting the narrator. I see that is another one. He took a shot. He wobbled through and through. He pointed at my head. I wonder if like pointing at my head coming before taking a shot would like give that ambiguity, right? Pointing at my head, taking a shot, right? Speaking the words. We're all just dirty sinners. And then that's interesting, right? Because we have this like strange farewell of finding her. Yeah, that could be cool. That could be cool. It might push it like a little too much toward getting shot. Like it might be less ambiguous in the other way. But maybe if he spoke and it was like I listened to the words he said or something. Oh, but then we don't get like the words I didn't know. I don't know. You'd have to figure that one out. Eileen sounds better than Ellen, so I wasn't gonna correct you. All right, you're Eileen then. So you think of the song "Come On, Eileen" by what, the Dexys Midnight Runners or something? Um, oh my God, I have a nickname. Yes, you're Eileen now. um, yeah, Dexys Midnight Runners. Gotcha. It's a great band name. Or like Thomas De Quincey and the essay on murder, considered as one of the fine arts. That awesome, uh, sounds like an awesome essay. And Save Ferris. I do know the Save Ferris cover, Nikki. Yeah, because it's like ska. You've been waiting for a few days. Yeah, we could maybe uh look into yours after. I think there are a few people with things submitted. I'm not sure who's in chat right now. But I think that's all for this one. So here again is The Devil on My Shoulder by Drowning Devil for a final time. Heaven is something I dreamed of when I was 6. I dreamed of fluffy clouds, the golden gates. I dreamed of the long and lost. I would pray each day, wish my family well. That's what you're supposed to do to save your soul from hell. But I never cried. I never screamed or cried. When I heard the devil's whisper, he sounded quite nice, and I was taught to be quite chipper. So we sat in the old saloon. We chatted like a litter. He played some little fiddle, and what he said next was quite the hitter. God's the love around you. You can feel him in the air. Don't let your fellow man destroy what will always be there. The devil smiled wide, but I was still confused. But I don't believe. Won't that make him feel used? The devil wondered out loud, hemming and hawing. God knows your heart. He knows when it is true. He knows when you are mean or kind. That's all he ever do. The devil then pointed at his eye. A black eye patch that flipped and showed demise. A wall of flesh just beyond the lid. Got it fighting bandits, but I'm the one that hid. They're evil, vile things, but I'm just another sinner. Is that supposed to be like they're, like they are? Sorry, maybe. They're evil, vile things, but I'm just another sinner. I drink and smoke and wine, but I'm no better than the bandits. I'm just a little kind. He stood and took a shot. He wobbled to and through. He pointed at my head and spoke words I didn't know. We're all just dirty sinners, but God loves us till the end. I hope you find your place somewhere along the bent. The Devil on My Shoulder by Drowning Devil 12. Thank you so much for submitting, Drowning Devil. Deeply appreciate it, and it is quite an admirable thing to share your poetry, to share it in front of many people, and I appreciate you allowing me to share it with many people through this stream. That is really awesome, and it is people submitting that allows this to happen and allows everyone collectively to learn more things about poetry. So, thank you. And you say thank you to me, and you are very welcome. The poem is fun. I like the mix of comedy and existentialism. Absolutely, right? I can get a good feel for our main character as well through the perspective and the little things the character thinks or does. Yeah, I think I agree with that, right? That tension of comedy and existentialism is a good part of that poem, for sure. Poetry is so wizard. Poetry is so wizard, Ray. All right, we're gonna take a little break. I encourage you all, right? If you've been like sedentary and sitting during this few minutes, like if you are able to stand up and move, or to get some water, to have a snack, stretch, do something good for your body, not watch the ads and not just switch to another tab and do something else. If you're writing, it's good to have a mental break from that. And we will return in just a few minutes for more of Chat's writing. Yeah. Hello. Welcome back. I'm not sedentary, I am sedimentary. A crusty rock. Sedimentary rocks are the best kind of rock. If you don't agree, then you're wrong. Uh, but I live in the desert. I live among wonderful, amazing sedimentary rocks and sedimentary formations. Sedimentary rocks are where we find fossils. True. And dinosaurs are awesome, and we wouldn't know about dinosaurs without fossils, so that's another point for sedimentary rocks, right? Nothing's cooler. Okay, yeah, I think that's fair, right? You also climb rocks, but you can climb other kinds of rocks too. Sedimentary rocks are often good for climbing, uh, although some people don't like rock climbing on sandstone. Some people prefer granite. Uh, I like sandstone though. Sedimentary rocks allow for big, cool formations like the Grand Canyon and Slot Canyons and Zion National Park and all of that. And yeah, they have cool colors, right? Sedimentary rocks can be like red and stuff. I guess like though like other rocks do like crystals count as rocks? I don't know if there's like a distinction, right? Because like if a gemstone is a rock, then those have like probably more diverse colors than sediment. Um, Stop. We can only love sedimentary rocks so much. We can always find a way to take something we love and love it more. That's a truth of life. That's what real love is. Real love is love that you always find new ways to love. You know, that's my love for poetry. Asteroids are technically sedimentary, I think. Really? That seems interesting. I feel like asteroids are like rocks and could probably be like it seems to me that they'd be able to be made of lots of other kinds of rocks. I don't know if I trust the asteroids thing. I used to keep rocks in my pockets and bags until I broke my phone because it was in the same pocket as the rock. That's tragic. But that's pretty cool to keep rocks in your pockets. It seems like a reasonable thing to do. Welcome in Cali. Hello. You're exercising. That's lovely. Your phone got stoned. True. Sedimentary rocks are like cool and shit. They are cool and shit. I love the usage of mineral for descriptions. Like someone who looks very serious or deadpan, having a mineral look. Oh, that's a cool. I've never heard that described. But I guess I've heard like stony features, right? Or to be kind of stone cold or those kinds of things. So yeah, mineral, that's awesome. If gemstones are rocks gemstones? Or is it the square rectangle? I mean, rock seems like the broader thing, right? Seems to me. We have the Mormon rocks by me that are awesome to look at. They would be called the Mormon rocks. The Mormon rocks. Let's look them up. Somewhere in California. A geological marvel in San Bernardino. Here's my screen. Those are some good rocks. Those are some good rocks. Um, that's some cool. Oh, and there's a train there. That's badass. Yeah, we have I gotta type this in. Red Rock Canyon, Las Vegas. These are the rocks that I have right by my house, which is pretty freaking awesome. Look at those colors; they're so red. And then these ones, yeah, this place is awesome. I've done rock climbing here and a lot of hiking and biking, and place is dope. Place is very cool. We like rocks here. Okay, that's enough of those rocks. Mineral, I hardly know her all. Stop that. Stop that. Those are some good rocks. Best poetry ever. I know, right? I think actually something I've noticed, it's very hard for me to describe nature well with my poetry. I love nature, and it is so hard for me to like make those descriptions because nature is like unbelievably beautiful, and I feel like words fail to capture it so often. Okay, this is what you sent, Ray. Holy, whoa. That's like, what is even, oh, that's like a vertical clip. That's crazy. I love like mountains by water, mountains by ocean, mountains by lakes, and this is fucking stunning. Wow. Yeah, I mean Chile is like ecologically or geologically crazy, right? Because it's basically a big string of mountains and a coastline. So, Sam, that's pretty awesome. I love rocks. 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 It's a good word too. Rocks. Rocks. You know? uh I live in a swamp. I don't get many big rocks. Yeah, that's probably not a great place for rock activities. Uh yeah. That's where you live, Ray? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's super cool. I got drunk and wrote like 600 words about the time I saw a black-footed ferret, and I think that's the closest I ever got to poetry. That sounds poetic. Um, Poetry's neat. So it sounds like maybe you write prose personally. Ferrets. I have a friend who really really likes ferrets and like talked to me for a while about how cool ferrets are. Or maybe they were talking about weasels. Or maybe they were talking about another one of those kinds of long, noodly kind of rodent creatures. Are ferrets rodents? Are they something else? I don't know. I think a good way to describe nature is describing the small details. Ant trails, falling leaves. But then I look at a falling leaf and I see that it's such a expansive world, you know? You know? And then I'm like, what do I do? Because now I have a whole world in this smaller place and it just goes in forever, you know? That's the issue to me. And then like sometimes it's just so big. Like you have a giant sublime rock. And like what am I supposed to do? Like describe the little rocks? No, that's not what the big rock is. But maybe you find the expansive within the small and the small within the expansive and then you succeed. Technically the Cajon Pass is part of the San Andreas Fault, so we get lots of rock formations, but nothing as pretty as that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, California has incredible geology as well, and like you're not far from like Yosemite, right, Nikki? So, and some of those other places. I have a couple of poems submitted. My short long poem and my long short poem. Ah, you're small within the expansive and the expansive within the small. Nature demands poetry. I think it kind of does, yeah. The most beautiful mountains in my country are called Tatry. Tatry. Interesting. Now we're just looking up rocks and mountains. I think that's uh I see either Slovak or even Slovakia. Interesting. Oh, Poland. Poland. Maybe they go into both. Um we've got the Tatry Mountains. Those are some cool mountains. Those are yeah. No complaints about those mountains. I love mountains. I'm a big mountain person. I think my ideal what do we say place to live in is like mountains plus water in some way. Mountains with lakes or mountains with you know, ocean or something like that. The black-footed ferret is the most endangered mammal in North America, and you saw one. That does sound magical and poetic. That sounds super cool. Ferrets are rodents slash weasels. The domesticated ferrets we have are from Europe. The black-footed ferret is only ferret endemic to the Americas. Cool. Cool. That's awesome. That's super sick. Hey, where else are you live streaming besides YouTube? I'm also live streaming on Twitch. And I think most of my viewers are on Twitch. But you can also be in, YouTube chat. That's fine. They were declared extinct in the 80s, and a small group of like 18 individuals were found in the wild, and all ferrets ever since have come from that one population. That's crazy. That's impressive. Okay. I'm at the top of the Cajon Pass in the mountain desert area, the high desert. The mountain that Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead live in. Yeah. Cool. Most of my watchers are Twitchers. Did I say that? I hope I didn't say that. But if I did, I wouldn't be surprised. Y'all be twitching and tweaking. I was producing a radio show with an episode featuring the black-footed ferret and the research happening to them. I went out with a researcher and spent the whole night, ferrets are nocturnal, looking for ferrets with him. It's the best thing I've ever done. Next tattoo will be a black-footed ferret based on the photo. That's awesome. That's super cool. Science and people who do science are awesome and cool, and learning about the world is incredible. And I think it's so interrelated with like art to know things, and to all of that. A black-footed ferret eats a lot of mice and an occasional carrot. Inaccurate, but wonderful and whimsical. The diet of black-footed ferrets is 100% made of prairie dogs. Jeez, that's damn, which are basically the same size as ferrets. So they're just built crazy. They're just built different. That's awesome. Shout out to the feral fucking black-footed ferrets. Okay, so you need to rewrite that poem, Wombat. Include the word feral, right? To sort of do a sound thing with ferret, and then a ferret, a black-footed ferret, feral, something. Have you done an analysis of Rudyard Kipling or Sarah Teasdale? I have analyzed Rudyard Kipling. We did Boots at one point a long time ago, and that poem was pretty intense. I'm not familiar with Sarah Teasdale though. There's so many poets. Who has things submitted to me? Who has poems submitted? I think we can move on to another poem. Who was it? Oh, Eric's, right? You were saying that you do. Me next. We read you pretty recently, Wombat, right? Maybe not. I don't know. Have you read Augustina Bazterrica? Wow, that's a cool a name. Whoa, wow. No, that's a cool as fuck name though. And I will judge a poet by their name. Argentine writer. Short stories and novels, multiple literary prizes. Alive writer. That's cool. Sarah Teasdale's influenced by Frost. Dope. A black-footed ferret eats prairie dogs and an occasional carrot. Feral ferrets run from bear shit, but when it boards a ferry, don't forget to ferret. Hey, wonderful. Furry combat wombat. Stop trying to make Augustina Bazterrica happen. She's not going to happen. Y'all have beef over this person. Wow. I say even though she won a huge award. Hey, where can I submit my poem for review? So since you're on YouTube, I think if you go in the description of the stream, there will be a link to a Google form, and then it is from there that I will be able to find your poetry, and then I hopefully it's there. I don't really pay attention much to the YouTube because less people watch on there. But you can submit it through the Google form, and then I will read it at some point. Uh, uh, and then if you're on Twitch, you can join the Discord, or you can use the Google form in the description of all the stuff on YouTube. Um, but yeah, and then for the stuff submitted to stream, I only read it when like the person is in chat. Uh, so you can also submit through YouTube for my YouTube videos, which I post. And then like if you're not able to show up to streams frequently, then I can just like analyze the poem on a video that gets posted on its own and is accessible, in a non-live format. So those are both options. And the YouTube videos are also an option for people who watch on Twitch who maybe can't show up to streams all the time. To po or to et? That's the question. That is the question. Um, yeah. I love the reference in the link call out. Oh yeah, join the island of the Lotus Eaters, never leave. Yes, you will never leave. I'm going to join the Discord, but I don't write poetry, so I'm gonna just chill in the background. I do also read prose on stream sometimes. I am more familiar with poetry and prefer poetry, but prose is something that I do read. Okay, Eric's. So you've submitted Rant, and you've also submitted The World Seems Small, which is the prose, I think. Am I reading Rant? Am I reading something else that's older? I think those are your only two things you've submitted, probably. Rant. Okay. That's what is poetry if not a rant? Okay, this looks cool. Lots of repetition going on. It will be on the stream shortly. And you say, I don't know if it's written well or anything. I just wanted to try to get things out. But I do have a question. How does it feel to read? Okay. And that's a good question, right? How does it feel to read? What feeling does this evoke? I think it's hard to know when it's your own work, especially when it's your own work that just came out in a moment of pure kind of, cathartic expression, right? A rant. And when we rant, it's kind of hard to know if the receiver of our rant, that's a good phrase, the receiver of a rant, um, it's hard to know how they feel, right? It's an interesting feeling to be ranted at. I've definitely many a time been the listening ear for my friend's rant, and it's a very strange thing. It's not unpleasant. I wouldn't say it's pleasant to listen to someone rant about their hardships, but it's a good thing to do, right? Uh, Eileen is hopping off. Bobby can watch without without harassment. Excellent. Um, all right. We are reading Rant. And the main question, and of course, if you have any more questions at any point, or if anyone has questions, feel free to ask. But the main question is how do it feel is the thing we want to focus on. Not sure what type of poetry this is. It's mostly a vent of mine. And maybe we can talk about, if there is a type of poetry to this. Have you written much poetry, Eric's the Great? Are you a regular poet or new to the form? Incredibly experienced? That's something interesting to know, I think. Anyway, here is rant. You've written some. Okay. Rant. I want to change. The change is coming. I know of that. But it's not a change that I seek to complete. Everything I do just seems obsolete, disappearing in the wind, closing before I even touch the lid. I want to change. That's engraved in my brain, but all I do is just in vain. The world's against me, closing the door every step I take, but I wish to see. I wish to feel awake. I want to change. The memory seeks to make the change, blurring my vision, clouding my cranium with visions of familiar faces I've come across before. The fear strikes. The visions grow louder. I can't move a muscle, so I sit and ponder the touch of anxiety, the embrace of death, how it feels on my hands, on my body, on my head. Every day I stare at it. It drains my intellect, disables any thought like a TV turning off, so I sit and ponder the feel of it all, until I will be able to move on my own. My thoughts are scrambled. I still want to change. My body to the opposite. My brain to quiet down. My emotions to gain control of them. My life to guide it right. My connections to make new or regain. And my family to finally leave behind. The rant repeats daily, sometimes hourly, as much as I need to remind myself. To the same extent I'll say those things again. I want to change. Just let me change. Please. Rant. And definitely a rant. Definitely just a pouring out. This poem is so incredibly honest, right? Honest and open, it seems. Right? It's hard, I think, for a lot of writers and a lot of people to just say all of the things, right? Kind of go in and just pour out all of the pain and such, and to rant, and to accept calling a rant art and poetry, right? I would consider this confessional free verse, you say, Nikki. Yeah, and in terms of what type of poetry this is, I would agree entirely. Confessional. This comes from, the word inside of it, confess. So confessional poetry is any poem that's kind of, talking about my pain, right? The author, and often existing in this kind of like I modality. I feel these things, right? This is my pain, right? All I do is just in vain. I wish to see, right? And then that's confession, right? And then free verse, of course, is just any kind of poetry that isn't locked into particular meter, right? Not a sonnet, or a villanelle or a particular form. It's not concrete poetry that's looking to make shapes or images out of the words. It's not visual poetry. It's just, it doesn't necessarily rhyme, but it can rhyme within it, as this does. So it's free, right? And there are lots of great confessional poets of free verse. I'm sure there are people in chat who can certainly recommend. I think slam poetry is often confessional free verse, though not necessarily, and I don't think this is slam poetry, but uh, you know, there's overlap there. It almost reads like a diary entry. Yeah, right? It's just so pouring out. But then it has some like very poetic sensibilities going on in it that I think in a way kind of artistically elevates it, right, from purely being diary feeling, right? And something we see in this is our refrain, right? A refrain is any line that we continually repeat throughout the poem again and again and again for effect, right? That's a refrain. And in this case, our refrain is, right, I want to change. And what that does is every time we get to that line, it sort of centers us. It brings us back to the main idea. And then in between these refrains, we can kind of explore different facets of that idea or expand upon it. And it gives the poem that very consistent feeling of always coming back to something, right? Uh, so that's certainly like a poetic thing that also takes this above, simply a vent, simply a rant. And then we also have lots of like beautiful kind of sound going on, right? And of course we have like line breaks and stanzas, which makes this feel like a poem. But we have things like, where's the family line? Right? And my family to finally leave behind. So we have like family, finally leave, right? And then like even just family and finally just sound very nice together sonically, right? Finally and behind, right? Uh, my connections to make new or regain, and my family to finally leave behind, right? So lots of moments like this, right? Daily, sometimes hourly. As much as I need to remind myself, and then like remind has this rhyme with behind, and I think the poem does lots of these things, and it would be a bit laborious to go through and kind of discuss all of them. But I do think it does have kind of a natural inclination toward these sound things. Uh, Lots of snaps. Holy cow, this is awesome. That was beautiful, says Hassan in YouTube. Um, yeah, reads like a diary entry. We love refrains. Yeah. So this definitely has a lot of those things that point to it as sort of, right, more so poetry than pure rant, pure journal entry. And oh, good, lots of recommendations for other poets in this forum from Nikki in chat. That's lovely. Um, yeah. So when we go to understand a poem, right, especially with a refrain, I love refrains because they really give us like something central to sort of, interpret the poem around. Right? We know from the repetition of this idea again and again, right, that this is certainly um the central fundamental idea of the poem. Hey, Imogen, I'm done with my lunch outing with my coworkers. Let me know if you're up for a look at my submission. Yeah, potentially after this one, we could read some prose. That could be cool. Seems possible. I don't know how much uh, uh, energy I'll have at that point. I love the word stanza way better than the word estrofa in Spanish. Yeah, stanza's a good word. So we can, look at these kinds of stanzas that exist between our refrains and start to understand, this poem and this vent and this sort of thing. I mean, it's pretty like direct, right? There's not maybe an immense. It's not difficult to like see the immediate meaning of this poem, right? I want to change. There are all these things. I'm like constantly coming back to this idea, wanting to change. It repeats over and over again. This constant desire. But I think the cool thing about this poem is like it shows like a lot of different, directions and perspectives, right, on this. I'm still struggling to understand what a stanza is. Ah, yeah. A stanza is any group of lines in a poem. This is a stanza, right? This is a stanza. Your I want to changes are arguably stanzas. They're just one line stanzas, right? And yes, a line is also a verse, right? Right, this is a stanza. This is a stanza. It's just when we divide by this line break that we create yeah, stanzas. That's all it is. Um but it's I think it's a pretty important poetry vocab word, right? Uh yeah. So let's talk about this change. The change is coming. I know of that. But it's not a change that I seek to complete. Everything I do just seems obsolete, disappearing in the wind, closing before I even touch the lid. And I think it's interesting, right? I think that something that allows this poem to feel particularly rant like is that it's pretty contradictory with itself at times, right? And so when we do this, when we rant, right, we just kind of say things and they don't all necessarily have to agree with each other, right? Because it is just like whatever's coming out and there's not necessarily like immense logic to it, right? I want to change, but then like immediately at the start of the poem, but it's not a change that I seek to complete. So we sort of have this tension, right? The change is coming. I want to change, but I don't want to complete the change, right? And then there's this feeling, right? We're like just piling in a lot of feelings immediately. Everything I do seems obsolete, right? So nothing I can do actually maybe seems to be able to cause change if my actions are obsolete. And disappearing in the wind, closing before I even touch the lid. So then there's this feeling, right, of losing things, right? Not being able to get to something before the lid or before the door closes, right? So then like options are being cut off and then like there's less change in that way or less ability to change in a good way. So like within the first stanza we're introducing calling it kind of all of this just like contradictory, self-contradictory like explosion of feeling, which I think so often is how feeling is. And I think that helps this poem to feel very genuine. Um a stanza is any passage form in a poem, just to give a picture to help understand. Yeah, a passage. That's a passage form. That's a good way to say it. Me when I want to start going to the gym, but I don't. Me when I need to lose weight, but then I eat ice cream. The change is coming. I know of that, but it's not a change I seek to complete. Everything I do just seems obsolete, disappearing in the wind, closing before I touch the lid. Yeah. um, but I think this can speak probably to a number of readers to, any sort of desire for change because change is this very confusing thing, right? And I think this poem does a good job of kind of capturing that change will occur no matter what, right? No matter what we do, we will change. But then like sometimes we like desire to change and sometimes we don't because sometimes we want some things to stay the same. And then sometimes we you know, like want to change and then we like don't do it or we feel like unable to make a change. So there's all these like aspects to change which I think this does a nice job of starting to open up. I think of this just makes me think of what's her name? Octavia Butler, The Parable of the Sower, right? Sci-fi book. God is Change is there's this girl and she's like a former Christian and she starts her own religion in the apocalypse in California. And her doctrine is that God is change. Um, it makes me think of this. The lid is the Ben and Jerry's pint lid, closing before I even touch it. See, that's yeah, the impulse to not. Agony and good. self-reflection there. Yeah, right. Agony and self-reflection. That's the rant. I want to change. That's engraved in my brain, so it's almost this inescapable thing, this desire to change. But all I do is just in vain. The world's against me, closing every door, every step I take. But I wish to see, I wish to feel awake. So then we have like this thing, right? Seeing and feeling awake, right? As though not changing, right? And sort of letting these doors close, letting life just go as it does in the wind and the lid close, right? It truly like cuts one off from sense, from life, from action. And I think that makes sense, right? It is through change that we kind of understand ourselves, that we move through life and all of that. Uh, but I like, right? I like that we like this tension is made very strong, right? This tension is made very strong if it's engraved in my brain, if it truly like must be there, the desire for change. But it's impossible, and we continue to describe the impossibility of it. Then I think we're really setting up in these opening two stanzas like the fundamental problem, right? And then, right, we start to talk about some of the ways, right, or to characterize in new ways and in new forms of change, right, as we go on into the poem, which I think works nicely. Um, Self stagnation is the worst. Yeah, it does kind of suck. It does suck a lot. Um, I mean, I ain't fixing it, but I recognize it's there. Yeah. Um, hey, that's the stagnation, right? The stagnation stops you from changing the stagnation. A lot of metaphors behind change, absolutely, right? Change is very, very fundamental to the human experience. The memory seeks to make the change, blurring my vision, clouding my cranium with visions of familiar faces I've come across before. The fear strikes, the visions grow louder, I can't move a muscle, so I sit and ponder the touch of anxiety, the embrace of death, how it feels on my hands, on my body, on my head. Every day I stare at it, it drains my intellect, disables any thoughts, like a TV turning off, so I sit and ponder the feel of it all, and how I will be able to move on my own. So from this like wish to see, wish to feel awake, we move into this like inability to change, into like a tactile physical sensation, right? Blurring my vision, clouding my cranium, right? And then it goes into can't move a muscle, right? And then we have like anxiety, right? So as if there's like a fear at this point, a fear of moving at all, a fear of doing anything. Um, I like the embrace of death, right? It's sort of as if to say, as we implied earlier, right? If change is life, to be able to do things and to sense and to exist, then to stop changing is to die, right? And that's truly what death is, right? Life is always changing, life is evolving, life is moving. And like to be inert, to be fully still, to be empty, right, is death. So this is sort of a closeness to death. I feel it on my hands, on my body, on my head. Every day I stare at it, it drains my intellect. And then this kind of feels like some kind of mm, Drowning Devil's saying it for me. This makes me think of ADHD in an odd way. Like how you can want to do things, but literally just cannot will yourself to do them. Ah, yes. And that's what I was going to say myself. More relating it, I think, to like depression, of like laying on the floor, staring at, or anxiety itself um, you know, sort of mental illness kind of way. Executive dysfunction. Yes, that's maybe the word that covers it all, right? To have desires to do things and just not be able to, from in this truly psychological, physical, paralytic way, right? And I think this makes sense, right? It becomes this bodily thing of like not being able to move a muscle, not being able to do anything, not being able to do that. And then like the longer this is something I've felt, the longer you stare at that executive dysfunction, uh, the more it drains the intellect, the more it wears one out, right? I see the line, the world's against me, as a double. Both the world is a force and the world is the collective of society, like the force of people stoking this desire to change, to please them. Interesting. Where was that line? Was it in this? Was it before? Ah, that's engraved in my brain, but all I do is just in vain. The world's against me. Yeah, and you say both as the world is a force, so the actual force of things kind of acting against oneself, and then as society, the force of people stoking this desire to change. Yeah, right. Society kind of pushing this need to change, this need to do more, this need to kind of grow in some capacity, right? Modern society is kind of one of infinite growth, right? Of infinite value extraction, is kind of what modern society seeks, at least in the West, um, or in late stage consumer capitalist places. And then if you're not in that place, then you're the country that's being extracted from. Um, yeah, yeah. So I like that. That's a good tension kind of happening, right? Try to make the line, the touch of anxiety, kind of relate to that as well, because one can feel anxiety, but one can also have social anxiety. Yeah, right. The world is against me, and to be afraid of people, of that societal social thing, right, adds another layer to this anxiety of like, maybe I can't move, but maybe also I can't stomach the idea of going before other people, of being witnessed, of being seen, right? So yeah. And don't even get me started on the guilt. Oh, yeah, right? The guilt of the time kind of wallowed away. Uh, we live in one of those, a society? We do. Disables any thought like a TV turning off. I like this imagery because, like, on the one hand, right, it fits with the. Um, it fits with, like, the door closing, and it fits with like the lid on the pot, right? The TV turning off, these kind of things ceasing and closing and ending. Um, Also the idea maybe, right, of like this idea of like to turn the TV off and like go do something. Um, right, I think we see like sitting in front of the TV as doing nothing, right? And like wasting time. But in fact, like the TV is the mind, and if there was anything going on in the mind, this would be good, right? But to turn off the TV and just have like a vacancy of thought, uh, is a really excellent kind of like turning on its head of that image, and then you're left in just like right silence and staring at the ceiling and feeling one's own body, like Homer Simpson. Sure, I haven't seen The Simpsons at all, none of it ever. um, but yeah, so now we've expanded, right? We've expanded the change from this big self-contradictory thing into this more specific, like social, mental, physical kind of thing, right? Which broadens it while also making it more specific. The feeling when society sees watching TV as lazy, but reading a book is productive. Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Like reading a book is productive because it's like better consumption or something. Uh, I think it depends, right? Some TV is of value, some movies are of value, more so than others in like their didactic or historic or probably like cultural value, right? So I don't know. Like there are books that are just slop, and there's TV that's just slop, and then there's like books that are very culturally, historically, didactically relevant. And there's also nothing wrong with reading slop. Like to be clear, I have no problem with people doing that. I think We got to have some of it in our lives. Watching a movie can be productive. You can learn from watching TV just as much as you can from a book. Right. It can all be productive and it can all be not productive. What really pisses me off is the audiobooks are reading people. Yeah, I think audiobooks are. Oh, but audiobooks aren't reading. Oh, very important. Yeah, that is an important. Um, yeah, I just recently started listening to audiobooks and they're really enjoyable. I think it's different. Uh, because like the tricky thing about the audiobook, which is bad for me, if you turn your attention away from it, um, it keeps going, which is different from a book. Sometimes I find myself needing to rewind because I miss things. Um, so it's a different sort of exercise in attention, right? Triggers the same sectors of the brain. I mean, that makes sense, right? Some audiobooks are better than the actual book. Yeah, absolutely. It was really nice to listen. I listened to Plato's Republic, and it's a dialogue, right? Plato writes, the dialogue in Republic between Socrates talking to, sorry, why isn't this, let me go this way. Okay, there we go. Right. Between Socrates and like the other guys, I don't know their names. They're never that important, right? It's all about Socrates, and so the narrator kind of does voices for them that they go back and forth, and you like get the feeling of dialogue. And Socrates says something, and then the other voice is like, "Yes, that seems reasonable," and Socrates is like, "Okay, now we're gonna talk about this." So I think that makes like listening to this very enjoyable. My sister's dyslexic, so audiobooks are a game changer. Oh, totally. Right? They have a cinematic feel to them. They definitely can, right? I listen to audiobooks mainly because some of them provide a soundtrack, and I like how it can enforce the feeling of the situation that is being read. That's cool. I haven't listened to an audiobook with a soundtrack, but that's kind of neat. I think that's cool. All right, moving on. My thoughts are scrambled. I still want to change. And I like this. This is a fun thing to do with refrains, right? Once we've established, I want to change, I want to change, I want to change as something repeated, we can do I want to change again, but we can like change it a little bit so it keeps its interest and we, reinforce the pattern but give it a little bit of something new. So this is a lovely iterate or example of the refrain being iterated upon. And right, we have my thoughts are scrambled, I still want to change. And I think this is great because it says almost like my brain is a mess and it's falling apart and I'm miserable, and there's like no thought, right? The TV is off, yet the one thing that remains I still want to change, right? This one thing that's engraved in the brain, that's all of this. And I think that's a really nice line to include here. And then we have these specific changes: my body to the opposite, my brain to quiet down, my emotions to gain control of them, my life to guide it right, my connections to make new or regain, my family to finally leave behind. And there's like a lot here, right? My body to the opposite is interesting. I mean, this to me, as a non-binary person, makes me think of transness, right? Um, but also like the other ways we can change our body from like, you know, some societal like ugly to beautiful, right? Or maybe upon the judgment of being labeled fat, right, to skinny, or any, direction of sort of bodily improvement, right? Yes, it is transness, quite literally in my case. Well, I hope that you find or have found success in your body feeling more like your own, um, and I hope you continue to find uh, you know euphoria in those things. my brain to quiet down, right? So just all of this, right? My emotions, gain control of them, my life to guide it right. It's a big one. My connections to make new or regain, my family to finally leave behind. So it totally, right? Um, it totally, right? So many things that we want to change. And then I think this kind of factors back into what's before of like the overwhelming nature of this change. When like everything wants to be changed, the body to the opposite, the brain to be better, the emotions to be better, right? The life to be on a better direction, one's social life and connections to be better, my family to not be here, right? I think this kind of acts without saying as a bit of an explanation of the paralysis, right? How does one do everything? How does one do anything when one wants to do everything, right? How does one change a small thing when the scope of the changes desired is so many? Um, of course, the practical, logical therapy answer is to do little things, right? Little things that don't seem like in immediately they're getting us any closer to these things, but over a long time do. Um, and you know, that's the advice that I personally would have to give to this ranter, right? Um, the rant repeats daily, sometimes hourly, as much as I need to remind myself. And that's a cool line, right? As much as I need to remind myself, as if there is some need, right, to continually keep this in mind, to continually keep it present, to push it forward as though it might be lost, right? Lost like the other thoughts, lost like in the wind, disappearing as if the lid will close. And I have to like there's this obligation or this fear, right? If one doesn't keep reminding oneself of the need to change, will that go away? Will one stop changing, right? And yet the funny thing, or not funny, but like ironic, right? The ironic thing is that in the constant reminder, the change stops, right? In the constantly reminding myself of uh needing to change over and over and over again, it ceases, right? By craving this thing. And that's the strange thing about change, right? As we said earlier, right? Change occurs anyway. Like you say at the start, the change is coming. I know that. And yet still there's this like craving, right? For the day when it has, or the fact that it will, right? And that's such a real kind of struggle, right? Welcome in, Thunder God Hulk. That's a fun name. Hi, can we write our poetry in the chat? Sometimes people drop little poems in the chat. I'll usually like read over them and don't spend too much time on them. If you want me to read your poem like this in a full analysis, you can join the Discord server, and then there's like a submission thing, and then it'll go up on stream, and then it can be read after you've submitted while you're in chat, on a stream or a future stream, right? Because there's quite a lot of submissions. Almost like a complete reset, intense reflection here. Yeah, the this does get very very intense, right? In the a complete reset, every single part of oneself wanting to change. My brain went, what is the opposite of the body in this? Is it like the mind or the soul? And I think there could be a reading for like the non-queer reading, my body to the opposite. And maybe it is like we've established the body as something paralyzed, right? The body as some kind of obstacle, right? The body as still. So there's another meaning of this, I think, my body to the opposite of my body as in motion, right? Existing within the poem. Because the poem doesn't really do anything else to imply, transness, right? Gender. So that could be another way to read it. My body to something non-corporeal is kind of interesting, and maybe there's a cool reading there that if it just wasn't a body, if I didn't have a body, then like it would be easier. It would be better. Like as if the body and tactile existence prevents one from fundamentally being able to change. That's a cool idea. And it doesn't have to be, right, transness. Even with the author, even with Eric's saying that that's their interpretation of their own poem, right? Uh, because you're the reader, right? Uh, Alekman is a reader, and Wombat is a reader, and Ray is a reader, and Nikki is a reader, and Hassan is a reader, and I am a reader, right? So yeah, as you say, Eric's, one can read it however they want. Absolutely. I think it definitely, when we have my family to leave behind, right, connects very strongly and resonates strongly with the whole body to the opposite thing, since family is often one of those things that prevents, you know, queer expression and transness and these kinds of things. So those do make sense together. The rant repeats daily, sometimes hourly. As much as I need to remind myself, to the same extent I'll say those things again. I want to change. Just let me change. Please. And it's this plea, right? It's this begging. It's the end is so kind of sad because it's just like, please let this happen. I just somehow, some way. Um which is a lovely kind of, I mean, it's interesting. It completes the contradiction from end to beginning. The change is coming, right? It will come, so long as we're optimistic, and I'm optimistic for you, Eric's the Great. The change will come. Uh, it has to, right? But it's so hard, and I think I understand that, and many people understand that, and it's very valid that just let it happen, right? And just let it actually occur. And encapsulates it all. Yeah. Yeah. Um, I'm a firm believer that once the words are in the world, they no longer belong to the writer. So words, world, writer, there's some alliteration. They belong to the reader, absolutely. That stanza makes me think of a self-deletion context. Opposite of life is death. Brain go quiet and start again in whatever comes next. Yeah, I think there definitely could be a sort of a sinister reading, right? My body to the opposite, my brain to quiet down, to quiet totally and finally, right? Which is maybe the sinister part of these kinds of thoughts, right? If I can't change and if I give up on change, then the only choice becomes stillness. Um, but that's not a choice at all. So, yeah. Takes all the way back up to where we leave. Yeah, the poem definitely, it's nicely self-referential, right? And I think the refrains help with that. It keeps the poem, pointing to itself in a way. Just a small thing I wrote, not necessarily poetry, but it's something. What does a storm chaser do? Ah, during calm weather. What? He waits. Oh, what does a soldier do during peace? He waits. No, he starts one himself. Oh, that's a fun idea. That's a cool idea. Um, I think already a poem, if you put it on a page as such, I think it could also just be expanded out. That's a cool idea, right? Um, that is clever. Yeah. The idea of a soldier during peace making war. Um, yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. That's like America. Well, there isn't peace. We just continually start war. This place fucking sucks. Um, Although I guess I'm better off than the people my country declares war against. So there's that. Um, I think you asked a question in the post that I sort of forgot about. Um, right, you just said, "How does it feel to read?" Um, how does this? Oh yeah, how do it feel? Right, how does this poem feel to read? And I think it really does. I think, right, Nikki said before, feels like a journal entry, right? I think it feels like this rant. It feels like this breaking down, and it feels really like, being in that moment of acute mental suffering and just all of the thoughts, right, racing through the head, and sort of circling back onto this refrain makes it feel very obsessive, right? And it just feels like, I guess to me it feels like that feeling that I feel in my brain when either my brain itself is expanding and pushing against the sides of my skull, or it feels like my skull is compressing in and bearing down on my thoughts, and the tension uh, leaves me unable to do anything. And the more that I push against it, right, the more that it closes in. Um, it feels like experiences that I have had, right, and still have sometimes. But yeah, it feels like, that executive dysfunction, that immense desire, that burning tension and inability to change. I think it works really well. It's very contained. I love how the refrain keeps everything, keeps everything on the idea. It keeps everything kind of um, packaged into this one very, very consistent work. I think it's a lovely rant and a lovely poem. Uh, RX, do you have any other questions about this, or does anyone else have questions or comments for me, or does anyone in chat have final things to say about this poem before we read it again and conclude this poem? A great intensified self-reflection, definitely, yeah. Um, Thank you. Yeah, you are very welcome, RX. I, yeah, you are very welcome, and I love to do this, and it's my honor to be able to read people's work. It's very lovely. Okay. It sounds like there are maybe no other questions, but we can keep the snaps and the love for the poem going as I read it a final time. Here is Rant. I want to change. The change is coming. I know that. But it's not a change that I seek to complete. Everything I do just seems obsolete, disappearing in the wind, closing before I even touch the lid. I want to change. That's engraved in my brain, but all I do is just in vain. The world's against me, closing the door every step I take. But I wish to see, I wish to feel awake, I want to change. The memory seeks to make the change, blurring my vision, clouding my cranium with visions of familiar faces I've come across before. The fear strikes, the visions grow louder, I can't move a muscle, so I sit and ponder. The touch of anxiety, the embrace of death, how it feels on my hands, on my body, on my head. Every day I stare at it. It drains my intellect, disables any thought like a TV turning off. So I sit and ponder the feel of it all until I will be able to move on my own. My thoughts are scrambled. I still want to change. My body To the opposite, my brain to quiet down, my emotions to gain control of them, my life to guide it right, my connections to make new or regain, and my family to finally leave behind. The rant repeats daily, sometimes hourly, as much as I need to remind myself, to the same extent, I'll say those things again. I want to change. Just let me change. Please. Okay, like I noticed something else that was kind of cool. So I talked about this change in the refrain, right? My thoughts are scrambled. I still want to change, but I think you do another cool thing here too. Oh my gosh, you do another cool thing here. Cool here. I want to change, comma, right? My body to the opposite. Whereas these ones were just like, I want to change, and then talking about myself. I want to change, and then here's these things. But in this, we sort of continue the change and the flow, right? Into change my body to the opposite, change my brain. And then this refrain kind of gets applied to this whole stanza, right? In a very kind of, I think, effective way, right? Where it kind of magnifies this onto every moment of this stanza. I think that's nice. That's a good way to kind of bring the refrain into something larger before the end of the poem. So just wanted to say that. Sorry, it might have been discussed already, but what does it mean when it said the world is against me? Similar to closing the door every step I take. Yeah, I mean, what does it mean? Right? Always it means whatever we interpret it to be, and I think it can mean something different for you than it does for me. I think that's the beauty of reading poetry and looking at art. We talked about the world against me as potentially having implications of like social anxiety, right? That we mentioned later in the touch of anxiety, right? That like, oh, the world's against me and I'm afraid of going out there. But also just kind of the world and the way things are, right? That everything changes, that the world is as it is, kind of making my life difficult. It sounds like later there are a lot of things actually against the author, right? The family, the body, the brain, right? So it can mean a whole lot of things connected to the rest of the poem. As for the closing the door, right? The steps, right? If we think about steps and we think about walking, right? That's kind of motion, right? That's change. And we want to change, but there's a number of things standing in the way of this want to change in the poem. And so when everything I do just seems obsolete, disappearing in the wind, closing before I touch the lid, right? Closing the door. There's another closing or turning off the TV, right? It's maybe sort of a metaphorical thing, right? Pointing to external things or internal things that make one unable to change despite this immense desire, right? And so to me, these ideas sort of hammer in the tension between the desire for change and the state of stillness, right? I love this analysis. Thank you. Anyway, thank you. It gives more insight. Absolutely. And of course, I always encourage everyone, encourage you, whenever people are reading poetry or looking at art, when you come to one of these lines, the world is against me, what does that mean here, right? And you don't know. I think that's always an opportunity for you as a reader and you as an artist and a person to decide, to ask yourself, what does it mean, right? And to ponder that. And if you don't know, read the whole poem again. Keep thinking about it. Connect it to other parts of the poem. Try to put it in a context that helps you understand. Or just to read the line on your own and say, in my head, what does this evoke? And then how can I connect this back to the poem? Something to ponder with your pillow. Sure. And I think that's the beauty of analysis. Just the longer you spend with something, the more that you think about it and consider it and kind of roll it around in your head, um, you can get closer to a meaning that feels satisfying for you. And it takes a long time. I've been analyzing poetry for intently on stream like this for like a year and a half now. I've been streaming for a couple of years. Um, and, I've analyzed hundreds of poems in my life at this point in those couple years. Um, I don't think we're up to 1,000 yet. Not quite. I think I'm probably in like the 200 or 300 poems analyzed range. I'm not sure. So, but by careful consideration, by being open to the poem, by allowing yourself to draw connections and also place some of your own thoughts into a work, um, it is very possible to find the meaning for yourself. And that's what I encourage. Of course, on stream here, I get to give out my meanings and sort of show that process of me finding meaning. But I think any person can take that same process and investigate that themselves. When I started like reading poetry and doing this on stream, I had never analyzed a poem, never really taken a class about poetry before, no formal knowledge, but just through attention and care. I think that's possible. And on that note, thank you, Arax, for sharing this work, for giving me the chance to read it, to give it my attention, and allowing chat also to read and experience the poem. Thank you for chat. Thank you to chat for giving your time and attention to this poem and your thoughts and care to it. That's a beautiful thing, right? That we get to kind of collectively share a work of art in this way. That's a beautiful thing that we are able to do, and that only happens with the poet, with chat, with myself, I guess, as facilitator of that thing. So, yeah. Still a big number. Yes, it's a lot of poems. I love poetry. I love poetry. Um, I feel like if mine is read, it might change the vibes we have going. I come in swinging in my essay. I see, I see. Um, by the way, if you don't mind sharing, where does the name Imogen come from? Yeah, Imogen. So why did I choose that name? Um, is is something we were talking about transness a moment ago. I used to have a name, my old name. Yeah, I think I'm fine to share it. It doesn't really bother me. I had this name Declan, Declan, right? That was my old name. In Gaelic, this means kind man. Uh, which is when I transitioned male to female, uh, that wasn't gonna stand. I wanted something Gaelic, and I had a bunch of options. There was Rasheen, which means rose, Deirdre, which means sorrow, and then I had Imogen as an option, and then maybe I had a few others, but these were like the big three. Um, this Sorrow, I didn't want to name myself Sorrow. That's a bit dramatic. Rasheen was cool, but it felt a little too feminine, and I don't like roses like that much. I like other flowers more. Um, but then Imogen has a meaning, and it means like maiden, um, which is kind of like poetic to go from kind man to maiden. It's also a character in Shakespeare. There's a Princess Imogen, so I thought that was cool that like there was a Shakespeare character. Um, and I think out of these three, Imogen actually manages to sound the most androgynous to me, to my ear. And I think without knowing that I was gonna end up going from trans woman female to like non-binary, We'll do that in purple, right? To end up non-binary, right? I think Imogen, is kind of that most naturally like not quite super femme name to me. It also has lots of nickname possibilities. Mo, Ginny, Jen, Gin. I like gin a lot. It's just Gin, like the alcohol. It's kind of a fun way to introduce myself. I'm Gin, like the alcohol. Um, so that's where Imogen comes from. Uh, I'll create some more space on my device, Imogen, and then download Twitch. I mean, you can certainly watch from YouTube. I see both chats. Oh, and you said you really loved my analysis. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You're gonna start using Jin? Yeah, that's totally cool. Um, I did not expect my poem to be so well received. Well, there you go. Here we are, well receiving your poem. It's Now I find myself in a place, since people send me their poems and since they share them with me online, where um, I always want to do my best to handle them with care, because poems are these slivers of people's experiences and their souls and their lives. Um, and if I don't treat them well, then that's very bad, because I'm taking someone's work, sharing it with other people. So you'll never see me like trashing on someone's poem. I think that's just a very bad thing to do. And in all honesty, I've never read a poem that I didn't like, because I read with an eye to seek out the things that I enjoy. I'm not a great person to submit for those people who are sort of gluttons for criticism and to see their work like torn apart and punished. I don't enjoy that kind of thing. Where can I follow you on Instagram? It's the same as my YouTube and my Twitch. 2/3 Lotus typed out, TWOTHIRDSLOTUS. I post some of my poetry there. I also post on Substack. Um, Instagram gets a lot of my visual poems. Um, yeah. Off topic, but you resemble Jared Padalecki a bit. I don't know who Jared Padalecki is. It's funny because people say I resemble people, and it's always someone different. Like, I feel like I've never heard like you resemble blank, like multiple, like referring to the same person twice. Like it always seems like it's someone different. Which is funny to me. Um, yeah. He's Sam Winchester from Supernatural, which I haven't seen. Not seen Supernatural. Ironically, I'm also wondering if I'm non-binary, though more he, they. Non-binary, and not full they, them. Yeah, I mean, like, it's certainly good to explore, and there's nothing wrong with, like, trying that out, doing a he, they, kind of being more non-binary and see how that feels to you, right? Gender is something you can try on, um, which is cool. I'm gonna start using Jin. Awesome. You can also seem to be /Jen. I don't know what that means as a what is that, a tone tag. Um, Jen. Not sure. Not sure. You do great work with these analyses. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate that. Uh, you may not have liked them, but I have seen you have some very visceral reactions to some poems, and that's actually a really beautiful thing. Uh, yeah, I've definitely had some visceral reactions to poems here and there, and I think I did like those. I think um, I think I like any poem that evokes emotion in me, right? And every poem does if I give it the time to hear its emotions. So, analyze one more poem. I think I can do another one. Yeah, the Imogen of a Thousand Faces. Sure. um, He's also Soldier Boy from The Boys. I stopped watching The Boys right about when Soldier Boy was being introduced. I thought the start of The Boys was pretty decent, though. I just kind of stopped, I guess. I mostly submit my works to you because of your analysis. It helps me with actually seeing what I want to go for in my poems. Yeah, and there are things we can't see in our own work. So, oh, it's not Soldier Boy. Okay, doesn't matter either way. Ignore me. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll do another analysis here today. Ginny is not Jen. Okay. Oh, genuine is for slash Jen. Gotcha. Um, it has a different meaning on Grinder. um, no one can fully be ignored, for the mere presence of a human soul is enough to disturb atoms. Damn, that's a bar. That's cool. So it'll definitely be a poem, not necessarily. It could be prose. I'm not sure. Um, do you like beating a single word to death? Then read my poem. It's a sprint, not a marathon. We'll see. Before we do that, we're going to take a brief break. I encourage you all, because this is good for you, if you're able to stand up and move your body, to drink water, have a snack, do something kind for yourself, stretch. Um, Ideally, not just to switch to another tab, or watch the ads that are going to show on Twitch. Yeah, move yourself. And we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue. Howdy. Welcome back. Oh, Ace. Hello, welcome. Um, all right. I forgot how long I've been sitting. Damn, it's been 2 hours. See, that's why I gotta say it during every break. It's really easy to sit and just lose track of how long you haven't been moving. And we don't want to turn into sedimentary rocks in our sedentary nature, so if we sat still for too long, dust would pile atop our heads until we become calcified, unmoving, paralyzed, stone like mineral. That would be dangerous. I don't want that happening to any of you. Yes, yes. The waiting music still goes hard. I, thank you. It's it's one of the only musical things I've ever made that I'm proud of. And it's funny because it's like one of the first ambient tracks that I made, and it just like works. I just really like it, and that like kind of like really airy flute sound that I added. Oh man, that yeah, I don't know. I like it. It's cool. I don't disagree. Um, I keep listening to your ambient stuff while I read or write. Okay, I need to. So I need to make more ambient music because you listen to it. I haven't even like logged into my music YouTube account in a while. I haven't even been thinking about it. Maybe I'm racking up views from purely Ray watching or listening to my music. So Rin literally made me wait. Welcome in. Hello. Okay, who has poems or writings submitted to me? I know that Furry Combat Wombat has, but I don't think it's been. Maybe it has been a while since we've read Wombat. I don't know. We have a Leckman Warhammer short story. We have Ray writing an essay, which would definitely be a change of pace. Let me see how long this is. Um, not not long, but not short, because it's an essay. Never gonna be brief. I mean, yes, it's a short essay for sure. My dad got me into ambient music as a kid. That's so cool. That's some cool dad energy. Um, okay. So I think that actually means there's no one in chat requesting requesting to read poetry. Literally made me wait. Oh, the music literally made you wait. I see, I see, I see. Um, gotcha. Gotcha. Wait in a state of peaceful listening. You're tweaking? That's okay to tweak. We're all tweaking around here. I'm a poet. Like to be a poet is to exist in a pretty constant state of tweakage. Um, there's a spider. Ah, okay. That's you don't like spiders, Ray? Spiders are great. I like spiders. Big fan of spiders. Um, okay. So, I think I think for right now, I'm more inclined toward short story. I think we're gonna read it and talk about a short story. You're so scared of spiders. That's tragic. They're little guys. I mean, some of them can kill you, and that's bad. So, I guess that's fair. But they're little guys. I obviously like spiders. Okay. This is a short story set in the world of Warhammer. So we are definitely going to have some background information, which is what I'm going to be reading here, so that we can all be on the same page about what we are reading with this one. So I took a bit of a different approach with this piece. Rather than just going and writing full unnarrated momentum until I either naturally stop or run out of ideas or otherwise burn out midway through, I took a more methodical approach with this, going back and editing the hell out of it before I continue too much further. That's cool. It's not finished, but I think of it at least in a place where I'm comfortable enough sending it for feedback, and that's awesome. And that will also help you iterate, right? As we getting feedback and having someone else will help you in that process always. This story focuses on the Lumineth Realm Lords. To give a very quick TLDR of their lore, snooty high elves done fucked up by unleashing their own magical WMD ego projects on each other. This nearly wipes them out and destroys their home realm. In the aftermath, their creator god, returned to them after communing with an ancient elemental spirit. I love the Warhammer lore. It's so weird. I don't know anything about Warhammer, but I love its lore. With an ancient elemental spirit of their home, and together taught the survivors, their descendants by proxies, what very simply boils down to elvish Buddhism. While this has helped on some level, this kind of massive overcorrection has not truly eliminated the pride that brought about the first disaster. If you want to know what to focus on, I'd say pacing, description, and maybe characterization. Okay, and I'm going to take a second to move this into the thing that I can scribble on it. Oh, unarrested. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we're going to read, it's only 4 pages, so it's nice and short, and it's double spaced, so you have lots of space to write on it. I appreciate the consideration with the double spacing. And this will be fun. This will be fun. I like your stories, Alekman. And it's cool that this one is new compared to your other writing, which we had been reading that was from quite a long time ago. Right? I'm gonna try to make this bigger if I can. 4 pages. So this is different than poetry. For those who are new around here, right, when I analyze prose, usually it looks more like going through, just doing a single read and giving feedback as I go. Not so much the continually jumping around analysis of poetry, just because it's harder to do that with a longer work. Yeah. So, and you asked about, what did you say? You asked about pacing. What did you say? Pacing, description, characterization. Awesome. Big ideas, but good ones. Pacing. What did we say? Description. Sure, I'll put this here. Description, pacing, and characterization. That's fine. And this is by Elecman. It was from 2024, not too terribly long ago, but by my standards, but long ago by the standards of those that have been more consistent with their writing. Yeah, that makes sense. Imagine you kill one and it thought of you as its only friend. Oh, the spider? That would be tragic. I like big spiders. They eat the small spiders. Oh, that's fair. If you befriend the big spiders, then you'll never have to deal with small spiders. I like lizards. Lizards eat like all the other bugs. I like all the animals though, and I just think it's cool when they eat each other, because that's like nature. Is that weird? Is that weird that I think it's kind of cool when like out in nature like a bird comes down and like kills a mouse? It's like the cycle of life or something. Maybe that's weird of me. Maybe just a little bit. Fair enough. All right. You'll be back, Hassan. Well, enjoy wherever you're off to. Here is. Oh, did this have like a title? No, just work in progress. Age of Sigmar Warhammer short story. The wind was stifling. Aradar could feel each and every gust blowing against him, whether it was sending bits of rock and soil into his face, or it was filling his nostrils with the earthy, pungent scent of the Emetrican Veldt. No matter what he did, the young wind mage always found something about this land's breeze that disagreed with him. All while marching, how he detested marching, the monotonous sound of boots crunching through grass and over hark-packed earth. If he had to listen to it for much longer, he thought it would drive him mad. So, opening paragraph, right? I mean, you ask about description and characterization, and we can't say anything about pacing in a first paragraph, um, but I mean, I think this is like lovely already, right? We have the stifling wind. It's, sending bits of rocks, filling his nostrils, right? Interesting because he's a wind mage, right? We're characterizing about him, right? And then we're talking about, the characterization of like he's marching and boots and like going somewhere. We're talking about the earthy, pungent scent. I think there's a lot of great imagery in the opening, right? And he doesn't like this, right? He does not enjoy this state. It would drive him mad if he continues. So I think that's a kind of lovely establishing shot, right, for this work. So he dealt with it in the way which he had handled many of the problems he couldn't control. He pulled out one of his many books and began reading. He needed something to get his mind off of this. Anything good enough to get him to forget about this unfortunate situation he found himself in. Anything to see him the rest of the way to Heldrithal Valley. He knew he needed to resist the impulse. Ever since being named joint commander of a small war host, he knew the troops under his command would need a strong, attentive, disciplined leader. Someone that could march for days without rest or complaint or signs of fatigue. Someone dignified and respected. Someone that followed the teachings of the Teklamentari better than he did. But much like the capricious winds he communed with, Eridar had his limits. He needed respite. So I think this is nice, right? In the very beginning, in this very opening, we establish a first initial sort of tension, right? We have this leader, whatever, what was his name? Eridar, right? So we have our guy Eridar, and he is a leader, right? And the tension is that in being a leader, he has this sort of role that he must fulfill. And I think he's very clearly like not military, right? So we do a good job of very clearly immediately establishing like, kind of who this guy is. He's a bit bookish. He'd rather be doing something else, right? He's a wizard and he has to like command like a bunch of soldiers, it seems, as a joint commander. Um, could imply some additional tension later. Joint commander, there's another commander, right? Um, and so I think this is nice. And something else I like is so far we've like dropped in a bunch of these names. Uh, the Emetrican Veldt, the Heldrithi Valley, the Teklamentari, right? A lot of ideas, but the writing around them, this is something that I think is really great for any kind of fantasy, any kind of, fiction, um, anything that's putting us in another world, is this ability to talk about things that the reader doesn't know and still have them be able to understand what's going on in the story, right? And this is a great way to sort of world build, right? Set the seed of the ideas that, like, there's someone called the Teklementari. There's some place we're going. Apparently it's called the Heldrithel Valley. And there's, like, something that's Emetrican, right? But, like, since we're really following the thoughts and the moment of Aradar, our character, right? It's like these things matter to me. The tension between him as a bookish wizard and his place as a leader. And so, like, these names almost just act as decoration. But, like, they don't detract from the story. I don't miss anything by not really knowing who the Teklementari are, because, like, there's someone important who has teachings, right? There's someone that this society respects, and that's enough for me to know that if he doesn't follow their teachings, it's bad. And as he is pulling out this book, it's bad, right? So this is a really nice thing to do in prose, right? And then, of course, for the person who knows the world, who knows Warhammer, they'd be able to be like, oh yeah, okay, the Teklementari teachings are maybe X and Y. I know where the Heldrithel Valley is because I know Warhammer or whatever. Um, but not knowing doesn't take away from the story. And I think that's a great way to write kind of fiction based on fiction or fan fiction or stuff in another world, right? Or sometimes we'll have fantasy authors. I think of Terry Pratchett in like Discworld, right? Um, where all of the books are interconnected, and the more Pratchett you've read, the more characters you start to recognize between the books. But every book stands on its own, and or I think some of them maybe exist in like mini series, kind of. But the brilliance of that is that, for the avid reader of Pratchett, right? Terry Pratchett, fantasy author, right? If you're an avid reader and you know all the lore, right, you get like a more valuable experience. But then for like the casual reader of Pratchett that just picks up a few of his books, any of them stand and are able to be enjoyable without missing anything, right? And I think this is a great way to write fantasy. This is also something in a different way that like Brandon Sanderson does, very famous fantasy author. All of his books exist collectively in the world of the Cosmere, I think, and like I think there are like world traveling characters where like one character can like go between different worlds, so you'll see them in one series and then they'll show up in another series in like different worlds. And then to the avid reader of the Cosmere, right, it becomes additionally rewarding because you see like this guy Wit. I think, I don't know, I haven't read that much Sanderson, but I have friends who are really big fans of him. You'll see this guy show up in all sorts of different books, and you're like, whoa, what's going on? This world is so much bigger, right? So so this is a great principle, I think, to employ in fantasy, seen in two different ways, and then also seen kind of in the idea of fan fiction. Yes, I believe the name is the Cosmere for Sanderson. I love his work, but I've not quite read enough of his work to say for certain. It is called the Cosmere, but I don't know too much about it or about the deep lore. Um, Fair, thanks. I really took my time trying to nail the intro. I mean, and that's so important, right? Uh, Almost the most important thing in any book is like the first paragraph, because sometimes you write a first paragraph so good that it's going to propel your reader to just want to read the next 60 pages. Um, and that can be enough, right? To get someone through a short story or to get someone through a book far enough that they're like committed to it. Openings are incredibly important. I think the same is for a poem. An opening line can make or break a poem. Uh, Also, if you want a reference for what kind of tabletop model the character is referencing, he's a Hurakan wind mage. We can look it up. I don't think my computer will explode with a Google search. Uh, oh, this guy's cool. He's like a golden and stuff. This is the guy that we're talking about in the story. What's his? Ah, they like ride on the wind and cool. Big horns. That's a vibe. That's a cool character. Okay, go back here. Excellent. Emetrica is a region of Hish. Okay, it's just places and places and places. Tsumek are the name of the Elvish Buddhist philosophy. That makes sense. That makes sense. How do you go about writing stories? I find it so challenging. Not poetry though. That comes easy to me. Yeah, that's a hard question, right? To go from poetry to stories. And it's such a different thing. Um, I think one, it helps to read stories. Reading short stories is immensely helpful if you want to write them because you kind of get an idea of some of the mechanics of how they work. That's always my encouragement in trying something new is to consume that form of art. Um, but also as a poet, I think it can be useful to think about mm, one thing one could do, right? Poem. You could like write narrative poems, write poetry that kind of tells a story as it goes through. And then that could be a way to practice storytelling as a more like moment to moment, action to action to action thing. And then that could help one eventually, transition into like very short stories and like flash fiction. Um, and then to make them longer. I think this is how I've gotten into writing somewhat like short stories or like short little personal essays is I didn't do so much of this, but I started writing really short stories, you know, because I'm so used to poems and writing the length of a poem. If you can try to write a story at poem length, 100 words, and then just be like, okay, that's cool. But then I think you'll find yourself craving more space for more details, for more ideas. And then you just make it a little longer. And I think, like, for a poet, often it can be like kind of um, training the muscle to be able to write for longer amounts of time, right? Being able to just write something long at all. I think writing long poems can help us write short stories as poets. Sometimes I try merging poetry with storytelling. It kind of works, but mostly turns into a mush. Yeah, and if you can try to clarify that mush, that might help you. It's hard though. It's not easy. I just joined. Is this a Warhammer related story? Yes. Alekman has submitted multiple times Warhammer based fiction. I don't know anything about Warhammer other than what I've learned through Alekman. But I love the lore and it's very vibrant and the storytelling is good, so that helps. Onward. Sorting through meticulously categorized scrolls and spare charts of the area, he found what he'd been searching for. He only brought a handful of books with him from Helon, expecting this to be a short campaign, but he'd read about half the books he brought with him at least 3 times now. To the point that he could probably recite the first 5 chapters of Telestra Isulion's Tales of Motion Given Form, a chronicle of the Great Sky Race, by heart. I love this little detail, just like having the title of the book, I think is really fun. Um, but I love how you work the exposition into this, right? He's sorting through the books, and as he's taking this action and finding the books, he only brought a handful, but he'd read about half of the books with him at least 3 times. So then it's like, oh, like this tells us, right, about the campaign. It tells us this has been dragging out for a long time. It tells us, right, that he's really fucking tired, probably, and kind of brings us back to that opening paragraph, right, saying, if he had to listen to it for much longer, it would drive him mad. It reinforces the idea that, like, this has been going on for far too long. He's kind of out of place, and it's eating away at him. I think this is a really clever kind of bit of exposition here. Um, also, like, I think the title tells us a little bit, right? Tales of Motion Given Form, a chronicle of the great sky race, right? This is like maybe history, you know, and maybe that's why he's leading a military thing. He has some historical or political knowledge or whatever. But also, like, he's not reading about war, right? He's reading about history. He's reading about, like, great old things. Um, Again, out of place. I think it would be a whole different vibe, right? If the book mentioned was some book about war or some book of poetry or something, right? So I think this is a useful detail, though a subtle one, right? Continues to make him seem like a scholar. And as well, right? Scrolls and spare charts, right? Meticulously categorized. These little moments tell us things about the character. Um, and I think to come back to what Hassan had asked about, you know um, how to write stories, right? Uh, so much of it is being able. I mean, poetry, right? We have things we want to say. We have, like, emotions we want to convey, and often we try to say them without saying them directly. And I think prose is very similar, right? Maybe in this we want to say, all of this could be said like, Aradar, the Wind Mage Joint Commander, had been on the road for too long and grown tired of the continual sound of boots crunching. He had read the books he had brought along many times and was, could no longer take this toil of war against his scholarly sensibilities, right? I could almost say that this whole section in like 2 sentences, but that's way less evocative, right, than what we've done here, because it's how can we say that idea, right, as it is justified in narrative, in a world, in description, in character, right, such that it can feel vivid instead of feeling like I'm telling you facts. Um, but it's a different way that we have to do it in a short story versus a poem, right? A short story kind of has this narrative consequence. It has this logic and this structure to it, where a poem more takes an emotional approach to saying the things we want to say without saying them outright. I just put on my jacket and it smells like gas. Later I'm going to smoke a blunt and fucking explode or something. I hope you don't. That would be tragic. So anyway, going on with this. He needed something different. Something that he hadn't read too many times already. While still saving the only unread volume among those brought for the return voyage home, he needed something to look forward to. It needed to be something short enough that he couldn't finish before reaching the valley. Finding the perfect book would take time. Just like his days in the temple library, it finally seemed like he was about to find a modicum of peace, when a sudden, sharp, familiar voice shattered his internal debate. And I love this, right? He's like, that's great characterization. He's so analytic, right, that he won't just pick up a book and read it, right? He's so analytic that he won't just take something. He needs to find the perfect book. He needs to find the exact way to go about that thing, um, instead of just doing it. And that tells us so much about him. Fair. The scrolls and spare charts are military things he needed to bring, but they are meticulously organized. for utility. So that's on the surface. Beneath that, there are books he reads for himself, the real him. As for the book specifically, The Great Sky Race, for very specific, super deep lore reasons, I would elaborate on. Okay, yeah. I think that does help, and it's cool that you literally take that kind of physical approach, right? It becomes almost metaphoric in a way, right? We have the surface, we have the top, which is like the part of him he can show, right? That he is like military and like utility. And then below that are like his books. And then kind of like in a way even deeper is the specific one of like the Great Sky Race, which has like some intimate personal significance, right? And that's pretty cool to like use space in that way. Aradar Ventari, senior wind mage of Miralai Temple, you have been summoned to the great nation of Emetrica for assignment of utmost import. Oh, Aradar flinched at the high, lilting tone of Sinlara, cutting through his thoughts, like her sword would cut through their foes of the valley. Quickly, efficiently, and without pity. Thankfully for Aradar, she spoke softly enough that the other Lumineth soldiers around them did not hear. But just barely. He quickly started sealing his bag, a skill he'd mastered under her watchful eyes. Softly sighing to himself, he turned to look at her, doing his best to match her brisk pace. You know I don't like it when you recite that speech, Lara. I've told you how important it is to review my materials, Aradar stated, his tone even, precise, betraying little of the emotions inside of him. A tone well practiced since childhood. A tone he detested using, especially with her. But with others nearby, it was all he could do to maintain the thinnest facade of composure. Okay, so we have... Hold on. Trying to understand. We have the high tone of Sinlara, cutting through his thoughts. Okay, so I think initially I thought this was like... Her sword would cut through her foes quickly. Okay, so this is just someone talking to him. I feel like this, like, cutting through his thoughts and, like, the sort of, like, suddenness of this made me almost think this was, like, some magical voice in his head. But it seems like it's just someone talking to him. Thankfully for Aradar, she spoke softly enough, right? That, okay, so she's, like, coming up and talking to him. You know I don't like it when you recite that speech, Lara. I see. Lara, cool. Um, don't you Lara me in front of the troops. Okay, so this is probably like his like co-commander or whatever. I feel like it's hard, right? This is like this suddenly comes in, which is difficult. And I think something is like we don't quite immediately get characterization of this person, right? We get the voice, I guess. The voice feels disembodied. I wonder if that's what I feel here. And I wonder if that somewhat makes me feel it doesn't flow perfectly. But let me read it again. Finally seemed like he was about to get a modicum of peace when a sudden, sharp, familiar voice shattered his internal debate. Aradar Ventari. Aradar Ventari, senior wind mage of Miralai Temple, you've been summoned to the great nation of Emetrica for an assignment of utmost import. Aradar flinched at the high, lilting tone of Sinlara, cutting through his thoughts like her sword would cut through their foes in a valley. Quickly, efficiently, and without pity. Thankfully for Aradar, she spoke softly enough that the other Lumineth soldiers around them did not hear, but just barely. He quickly started sealing his bag, a skill he'd mastered under her watchful eyes. Softly sighing to himself, he turned to look at her, doing his best to match her brisk pace. You know I don't like it when you recite that speech, Lara. I've told you how important it is to review my materials, Aradar stated, his tone even, precise, betraying little of the emotions inside him, a tone well practiced since childhood, a tone he detested using, especially with her. But with others nearby, It was all he could do to maintain the thinnest facade of composure. Don't you Lara me in front of the troops. I told you to keep watch. The Soul Blight and her undead minions may be based in Heldrithel Valley, but we're close enough to reach it before false light. She could have set traps, magical alarms, or wards along her path. We need to stop her from turning this minor incursion into a foothold. Our people have spent so much keeping Hysh safe from the forces of death. We have a chance to stop another offensive before it happens. Ardar could tell that she was upset. Her green eyes pierced right through his feeble attempts at resistance. Her expression conveyed little beyond mild annoyance, but Ardar knew better. He could see the frustration, the concern, the pain. She knew what kind of materials he wanted to review. The two had known each other for centuries. He couldn't get anything past her, certainly not his desire to be away from all this. He chided himself for his behavior. When the Ossiarch Bone Reapers invaded Hysh years ago, spearheaded by the great necromancer himself, it took the combined efforts of the Lumineth's greatest champions, including Teclis, their creator, to drive them back to Shyish. He didn't believe anything could strike at Hysh so badly as that, but with rats now pouring from malignant rents in the realm of light, the forces of Lumineth were stretched thinner than any of them thought possible. They needed to use the reserves from the great nations of Hysh, where the fighting was less fierce. Eridar and Sinlara among them. Eridar took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and collected his thoughts. Okay, so a few things happening here, which I think is cool. There is some nice characterization here of, like, their connection, right? The sort of, like, you know, her chiding him with this speech that annoys him, right? Lara, there's, like, very clearly, like, a really close kind of connection between these two, and then, like, the expression and all of that, right? So I think this does a good job of kind of hashing out the characterization of their relationship as two people, and I think that's a nice thing happening in this section, and it adds like a nice little like sub tension, right? Where earlier we had the tension of like Eridar not really being militaristic, but then we also have like these two being maybe like close and being friendly, but then also kind of having a tension driving between them by like war basically, and having to like kind of work together in this way. So I think it does a good thing for kind of like establishing these two individuals in the story, and that's nice. I think there is kind of like a big section here where we're like dropping a lot of exposition. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but it does slow down just a little bit, right? And you were asking about pacing, and I think like the pacing is nice, right? When Eridar is doing things and he's digging through the books, and then like we're talking and we're having interaction, and then we have like a big chunk here, right, of just kind of giving background information and history, which is like tough because that's probably really important for understanding this situation, maybe, right? That there is like this necromancer and it's an incursion and it's kind of like unprecedented, and the elves maybe aren't doing very well in fighting it off. Like that seems like important context, right? But it is like a lot to kind of include at once, relative to the flow, because I think the beginning of this has been very dynamic in the way that it weaves exposition and characterization, and then this is kind of like a big blunt section, and that's also okay, right? If like we just need to get it out of the way so that we can move on to other things, so it's not necessarily a problem, but it is kind of like I think the least flowing, I suppose. Interesting layers over here, and this is what I always wonder: how to go about the layers, the pacing, how to make the theme captivating. and it's so hard, right, to keep everything interesting and to keep this balance of giving information and having the pacing happen and the characterization of the individuals and the description of the world, right, and the actual plot and the things you want to happen and like the emotional stakes and the tension. There's so much to balance in a short story, and I think Hassan, that's where, as someone approaching short stories, uh, practice, right, is the thing, and that's about all there is to do as a writer, right? Is to try, unfortunately. Well, we'll say for better or for worse. Continuing, we're back into some more like dialogue. I'm sorry, Laura. I'll keep a lookout. We'll get this done right. Then we can celebrate with that bottle of Zephyr wine you've been hiding from the other soldiers. Before she could respond, he gave her a dry, earnest smile. I like this, right? We're back after that bit of exposition to like this banter, basically. Um, she sees him doing things, but he sees things about her that she's hiding too. Before she could respond, he gave her a dry, earnest smile and spoke the words of power to summon his Zephyr spirit, a minor elemental of the Hessian winds, coalescing in the form of a cloud. Eridar climbed atop his companion and flew high, high above the rest of the marching army. From here, he could clear his head a little bit. The air was a little cleaner, a bit drier than from what was down below. It was refreshing. It reminded him of Helon. And I like this, right? Kind of very, very wry, very, just again, these two are close, and I think that's nice. And then I like that we get like a change of scene. This takes us into a new section, it seems. The high places of Hysh are said to illuminate. They let us know our best selves. I should see the me that doesn't just understand the meaning Teklementari, but lives it. So why do I still think of home when my mind should be here? I like this. He's almost like talking to himself. He scanned the wide grassy plains, seeing the first slope leading to the valley at the very edge of the horizon. He noticed a small grove of trees a few miles ahead, a noticeable break from the flat plains and grassy, rocky scrubland that grew ever more common as they got closer to the valley. Using his magic, he scanned the area below for any arcane defenses their vampiric quarry might have placed, coaxing the winds to whisper to him the state of the land. The winds had little to say to him. He wasn't surprised. I feel like this is like a fun detail. Like the conversation with the winds, the coaxing of the winds into talking to him and like discussing what they see of the land. I feel like in the same way that we have like the digging through the books as like a fun little moment to like kind of characterize. I feel like this is cool to me. But also it's a short story. We must be sparing with our word count to some extent. He wasn't surprised. He was told that the Alimentors of Emetrica were stubborn, and that they clearly did not welcome him. I see. So maybe it's meant to be short. Maybe it's not meant to be too much of an interaction because he's not welcomed by the winds. But they did not see him as a threat either. But if communion was not an option, he would need to rely on fundamentals, attuning his senses to the magic all around him, as he had learned many years ago. Eridar began the process of opening his senses to the arcane, feeling the winds of Hish's magic against his skin. Far different from the natural winds he could feel in the air. It was consistent, ordered, and just a bit warm. Eridar felt perfect symmetry. Okay, so here's like cool magic-y stuff. This is good. This is great. Um, Perfect symmetry rolling over his shoulders and into the open sky behind him. He could not lose himself in this moment. He needed to focus. He looked down, his eyes moving left and right in slow, sweeping motions. I kind of like this, right? That like on the ground among the soldiers, he loses focus, but like up in the sky doing magic, doing his thing, he's definitely more able to like be himself. That's cool. How we spatially remove him from the army and then he can sort of lock in. He looked down, his eyes moving left and right in slow sweeping motions. He searched for marks, signs, any indication that the soul blight had used her magic here. But no matter where he looked, he did not find them. He began to feel his senses were reaching their limit. His eyes began to subtly burn, and soft lights danced at the edges of his vision. But up ahead, hidden in the clearing of trees, he saw it. Evidence of the vampire's presence. Necromantic spells written into the faces of several trees interspersed throughout the grove. Focusing on them, he felt the winds grow cold. I like that. Cold, necromantic death winds against the warm winds from earlier, wherever that was. No longer a rolling breeze, but a slow, smothering breath. One that chilled him to his core. He could even feel his zephyr shivering at its touch. Before he could identify what kind of spell this was, he felt his concentration break. He noticed that his senses were returning to normal. The lights began fading. He was aware of the natural wind once more. As he commanded his zephyr to descend back down toward the earth to warn Sinlar and the rest of the army, he thought maybe, just maybe, that the winds of Emetrica weren't the worst, after all. Ah, I love that. I love that. It brings us back to the opening, right? The winds of Emetrica not being so nice, right? So we have him and his magic kind of separate from the wind down here, which sucks. And if anything, that could be like a section, and there could be like a part 2 of this short story, or just this as an individual piece kind of works, right? It kind of ends and it comes full circle, which I think is a nice way to do this, right? It definitely demonstrates that you're able to kind of, even though this is unfinished, have it come to a conclusion and be, as you sort of said, right, I don't know what word you said, but like a presentable piece where this kind of feels contained and complete, even though we know it's not totally complete. I think that's really nice. And that's definitely something good to do for people sharing their short stories with other people, right? Um, uh, when you're sharing your story with someone, if you can have like an excerpt come to a conclusion, I think that can be a really nice way to kind of like show and establish or like reinforce the themes of the work, which is cool. Um, uh, Fair, the exposition paragraph references 2 things while also serving the narrative utility of telling the reader why Eridar is here to begin with. Yeah, it's kind of important, right? The first reference is the end of the 2nd edition, where the forces of death, led by Nagash, lots of parentheticals. The second, okay. Gotcha. So it like places in time for the reader, for those who know lore, and that's helpful. I understand. I thought to use this established lore to explain the narrative utility of why Eridar was conscripted. Technically, all places in Warhammer universe have conflict, but I thought this was a good setup for them being somewhere unfamiliar. Gotcha. So it would need some kind of justification to your Warhammer attentive readers, right? That makes sense. Not at all too bad. So nicely done. Writing wise, I do think it needs to be there needs to be don't quite I don't understand face your fear. Yeah, I mean there's still work to be done, right? There's some like little like things in like repeated words, or like starting 2 sentences in a row with but or whatever. Um but it's late. Yeah, no, you're good. Um those little things, those little grammatical things and writing things iron themselves out, and I think you do a good job of setting some things up, of like establishing some tension and all of that. Description, pacing, and characterization is what you asked about, and I think I think writing wise it does not need Oh, it does not need improvements. Yeah, I think anything that it needs tweaking is pretty small. And then I'd just be excited to see where it goes. Because I think this is like a little bit of a slow start, right? Pacing wise. We're just like setting things up, establishing our characters, giving them some time. But I like by the fourth page or by the end of the third page, right? We have another tension, and that's the actual like oncoming battle, which I think here is something that would make us want to read forward, right? So the pacing is generally like pretty solid throughout. Um, there's just this little section that lifts and slows down, but it doesn't like ruin it or anything. And then your descriptions are lovely. I think the way you describe the magic and the wind throughout, the way that the characters, kind of their dialogue shows things about them, I think is nicely done as well. I'm mixing up my words. Stream has to end soon. um, yeah, I can't blame chat for mixing up their words if I'm doing it like every 10 minutes. Yeah, so I think you accomplished a lot of good things here, and um, no, this is like really solid writing. Like I think you you have a really strong grasp of just like on a basic level like telling stories and like moving through them. Uh Plus you have like some really nice descriptive moments. I could see like writing of this quality, I mean there's still tweaks to be made and like edits and like things to like be ironed out on like little levels, but like for the most part I feel like I could keep reading this with no trouble for the length of a full short story, or even like that the way that this is unfolding, like if it went as long as a novel I think it could remain engaging, right? And I think that's a very good sign, for you in your writing. Now I just want to see you like write the whole short story, right? Um, because it's yeah. Also, thanks. I thought it would be weird to just stop out of nowhere. I knew it'd only be in a place where I could send it if it reached somewhat remotely a natural stopping point. Yeah, and like if if we continued the story, right, maybe we wouldn't have this sort of poetic. Maybe the winds of Emetrica weren't the worst of all, but it's a nice line to tag on to make this feel like a complete piece, right? And if we were to continue forward, we might not actually include this line. But I really appreciate that as a reader, and then like as someone reading this and helping with the work in progress, because then it makes it feel like we've actually like read a full story in a way. I think that's a really lovely thing to do. Though if you allow me to be nitpicky, sentence variety could enhance a lot. Yeah, just having different like structures of sentences and stuff, to have the language be a little bit more, to add some flow. Yeah, and that's definitely something in like fantasy where sometimes people seek to have prose that isn't particularly varied, and it just kind of does a solid job of telling the story. So, um, but it could definitely give it some more underlying kind of energy from a language level. Also, the wind communion, and the line about was meant to serve a few utilities, some of which I'd hope to pay off by the end. But thanks again. I really appreciate it. Awesome. Do you have any other questions about this, Elect Man? Or does anyone else have questions about this or about short stories more generally? Uh, or anything like that? In which case, got claps from Ray. Yes, give me a sec to type. Okay. I have some more questions. That's excellent. I'm going to take that chance to drink some water. Oh, it's a nice piece. I feel like every time I read one of your works, Alec man, like you're selling me on Warhammer, and I'm like, man, I want to like play this game. This game is so cool. I also I have done a lot of like painting miniatures for like D&D and stuff. And I know Warhammer is like as much about the game as about painting the miniatures, and I haven't done that in so long. And I just like the more stuff you send me, I'm like, oh, Warhammer is so cool. Uh, but it's an expensive hobby. Um, if there are some issues with sentence structure, if you can tell me. I know you said there are a few sentence. Oh yeah, some examples. Sure. I think it was. I think it was toward the end more. Um, I feel like, man, I wasn't. I feel like I should have like a convention of just like underlining things in red as I go if they're just like grammatical things because I don't usually like to talk about them as I go. I think it kind of breaks up the flow. Uh, I'm looking for capital B but here. But they did not see him as a threat either. But if communion was not an option, it was some of this. He wasn't surprised. He told. I think this section just felt like grammatically kind of like laborious. Um, right? And you even have like a he starting a sentence here. So think about the different ways you can change the way that you start a sentence, right? We have like they did this, he did this, etc. Um, and I think sometimes when you're like from here, it adds a little bit of interest. When you say before she could respond, he did this thing, right? Adding a little bit of variation to that, coalescing in the form of the cloud. But then you kind of do it three times in a row. So I think that's what like maybe is meant by sentence variety, mixing up the literal structures of your sentences, where sometimes it's like he or whatever subject, you know, does blank verb or whatever, right? But then sometimes you do it like, oh, there's like a prepositional phrase at the beginning, or sometimes you know, have like some kind of like an if this or a from here or a until that, right? Or these kinds of things. Or you start with a verb, right? Or a gerund going, you know, something, something, something. This can be a way to kind of bring your sentences to life a little bit and just will naturally help you avoid this kind of repetition. And I think one way to work on this is maybe not with a book that you're reading for enjoyment, but you could take a book you've already read, an author whose fantasy writing you enjoy. And this sounds very like a kind of laborious and like a homework assignment, but I think it might help. Is you could take a page of a book. Let me grab a book actually. We'll grab Frank Herbert's Dune, right? I'm gonna move the iPad. What a beautiful cover. Um, and we can just look at the structure of different sentences. In the week before their departure to Arrakis, when all the final scurrying about had reached a nearly unbearable frenzy, an old crone came to visit the mother of the boy Paul. Right? So we start with like a in the week when all. So we have all these like establishing prepositions which give it some energy. So we can like you could even like write on the book and like kind of map out what's going on with these sentences. It was a warm night in Castle Caladan, and the ancient pile of stone had served the Atreides family as home for 26 generations, bore that cooled. So then we have like establishing, setting scene, just kind of like talking nouns and stuff. And then we have like the old woman was let in. So now it's like subject, verb, right? Let in by the side door, down the vaulted passage by Baal's room. So, right, three different kind of forms of sentences. Then we come back by the half light of the suspensor lamp. So we have another one of these kind of like um, prepositional things that's giving some stuff before we have the awakened boy could see. So then we're not just starting with the old woman this, the awakened boy could see, that would be a little more boring linguistically. But when we have the old woman was let in, da 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 da, and then by the half light dimmed and hanging near the floor, the awakened boy could see a bulky female shape at his door, standing one step ahead of his mother. And then we have the old woman was a witch. And that's not even really like verb, it's like this is a thing about her, flat out description. Hair like, and then we have like an interesting, grammatical thing, M dash here. Hair like matted spider webs, hooded round, darkness of features, eyes like glittering jewels. I think it's convenient that I picked up this book. Frank Herbert is kind of known for his prose being kind of complex in the structure of sentences, and that, I mean, some people think his prose is kind of hard to read. I think it gives his prose personally a lot of character and a lot of life. But you can choose any author, someone published, right? Something that's gone through rounds of editing. Don't do like your friend's writing or something. Look at something that has passed through, a great author and a bunch of editors, and you can kind of, do that. It's more the idea for sentences that sometimes hinders it for me. Like them not introducing enough like new content or motion. Yeah, and you can also think about, and maybe that's a thing with the pacing, right? Also thinking about how sentences can keep us pushing forward. Sometimes you would need brevity for a point. You linger a few beats too long. Yeah. That can be a helpful thing to think about, right? The question of what gets described at length, like the fun, beautiful wind that he's like dancing around upon on his Zephyr mount or whatever. And then some things maybe need less description. But that's a very tricky thing, and I think that's a more intuitive thing to get that feel and that pacing. But yeah, I think you're doing a good job, right? It is nicely written, but it's not written with the reader expectation in mind. And you can enhance it much more if you guide the reader through your points. It's a good piece of advice. Certainly hard to implement, right? I think that's when you've become a guide to your reader, taking them naturally from place to place, you've like succeeded as a writer of prose. And I think that's definitely something to strive toward, but is very difficult. Anyway, thank you, Alekman, for submitting that piece. Really enjoyable to read. I love to see your writing. I love to get the chance to learn more about Warhammer. Thank you, everyone. Face Your Fear, Ray, everyone else who's around, for your comments on the work. You have another question. Okay. There's going to be an ad break, which is why I was doing my whole thank you wrapping up thing. But I'll still say thank you so much for submitting. I'll answer your other question at the end. Like after the ad break. But for now, we're going to come back in like 3 minutes. And during this break, I would encourage you all to move if you are able. Stand up, stretch, drink water, get a snack, something along those lines, something good for you. Take a moment to think about how long you've been sitting down and ask yourself if that needs to change. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. See you then. Yo, welcome back. Uh, last question, or another question from Alekman for the piece we were reading. Um, One other question, I might have missed it, but how did the exchange between Aradar and Sinlara play out in full context? I know you said that it seemed jarring, but it was supposed to be a little jarring. Yeah, I think it works fine as jarring. Uh, I think it might just be that at that point I'm like my brain's getting a little fried, uh, and and so uh, and so I think it just took me a sec to catch on to what was happening. In all honesty, uh, and it even took me like the second read to figure out that Lara was Sinlara and that was a nickname. Um, I think that was just me. Um, I think that ended up fine. So yeah. But thank you for submitting it, Alekman. And I can't wait until you write more and submit more. And you're welcome. You are so very, very welcome. Uh, Review some Frost when we come back. I don't think I have the mental capacity to analyze some Robert Frost. It always happens to me. I read something like, "Oh, these are two people." Yeah, I don't know if that's just like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the brain being very literal sometimes. I'm not sure, but everyone reads differently, right? Everyone has their own kind of stumbles in our way of reading. But Hassan, if you want me to look at some Robert Frost on a future stream, definitely something you can do is there's like the poetry submission form in the YouTube description, and that doesn't just have to be your own original poetry. It can be any poetry that you want me to look at closely and analyze. So if there's a particular Robert Frost poem you want, you could take it and paste it into there or put it in a document and then put it into the Google form. And then it would be there and I'd be able to, I'd know, and submitted, right? So then I know about it and all of that. That might be a nice thing to do. I have read the road less taken or the road not taken or whatever on a stream before, so just don't submit that one. Because I don't think, I mean, I could analyze it again. It's been a long time. I actually wouldn't mind if you submitted that one. It's good to go back and read things we've read before with a new eye. So yeah, you can submit any Robert Frost you want, or any other stuff. Fire and Ice is your favorite, Nikki. I know you've said that, and I still have not read that poem. I don't think. Did we read that on stream? Maybe we did. I feel like we didn't. I saw the Google form. I'll submit it in a day or two for sure. Awesome. That's good to hear. Um, glad that that's kind of working on the YouTube side of things, and that the form is there. No, I didn't, and it's super short. Well done to me for for not reading the super short poem. No, it's funny. Um, yeah, yeah. Um, love Fire and Ice, Hassan. Okay, sounds like y'all have some similar poetic taste, which is awesome. Um, I'm looking right now to see if there's anyone online like doing anything interesting to raid. There's a lot of people like doing like reading a thing, which I feel like I don't like watching those channels. I think stream is ending pretty soon. There's a bunch of French people live right now. I can't rate a French channel. Maybe we just won't. Um, I will soon throw the rest of chapter 1 at you or the beginning of chapter 2. That is awesome and exciting. Face your fear. I'm excited to read more. I might post these translations I've been working on because there's some fun stuff. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I I definitely it's definitely been a while. You've had stuff submitted for a while, Ray. I feel like, or maybe you only actually recently submitted that essay. I feel like you've had stuff. I feel like I just don't read your stuff a lot. Maybe it's because the essays are so different and I need to be in a particular mood for it. There's a lot of French and German speakers in the category. Yeah, and the French and German speakers do way better on Twitch in the writing category than than English writing streamers. I think there's like more streamers in this category in English. Um, those reading blank are mostly reruns of old streams. Interesting. See, I don't actually like watch the category that much. I don't actually watch that much Twitch, but I guess it would make sense that people would just throw on a rerun of something they've already read. Or you could like it's quite a smart model, right? And if you're doing one of these reading streams and you're like, we're gonna read all of Dune on stream, and you'd like read the first chapter, and then you'd have chapter 1 rerun for the whole week so people could, or for a few days, so people could see it at different times, right? Or like, and then you'd go into chapter 2. Like, it's kind of smart as a model, and almost kind of necessary because you'd want your audience to be able to read along. But then if it's not live, like why would you watch it? Why would you watch I don't know. And it's not like you even get the choice of like an audiobook thing where you could go through and like watch a different one because you can only be live with one thing at a time. I don't know. Uh, and then there's like some of those channels that are just like constantly streaming like some like music and they're like write together and stuff. That's kind of whack. I like live reading because you can talk about the book and shit. Yeah, I think it's cool. But then the issue is I think it's hard for the live stream, right? From what I understand, because you start to read the thing, and then anyone coming in later is kind of coming into a story that they're missing parts of, right? And it's almost like, and I guess someone could come in who like knows the book, knows the story already, and then can like continue to talk about it since they know it. Um, but then I also think you have to balance like reading the book, talking about the book, and it's less like dynamically interacting with chat in a way. I don't know. Not sure. Because I've read some things on stream before. Like we read like a Kafka short story quite a while ago, and like a Lovecraft short story at some point. And then like I was like, well, I just want to read this. I don't want to like look up and like talk at chat because I'm reading, or I would like miss things in chat because I was reading. You're folding origami while you watch. That's awesome, Hassan. That's super cool. Uh, the Spanish category is mostly fanfics. I think most of the category is fanfiction, and that's okay. Fanfiction's cool. Uh, I don't write it though, and I'm not really interested in other watching other people write fanfiction, cause I don't when I write I like to write on my own, so I'm not big on those like write together streams. It's funny. I think it's funny that I don't really watch Twitch. I don't really watch writing on Twitch, but I stream it and I stream on Twitch. That's odd to me. Especially when I talk so much about poetry and I say like, well, if you want to be good at something, you should consume the medium that you're trying to create, right? If you want like it'll help you as a poet to read poetry, it'll help you as a short story writer to read short stories, right? And then I'm like, well, I'm a Twitch streamer, but I don't consume Twitch, so I don't like understand the conventions of the platform in any capacity, really. And yet I'm just kind of doing it. But that's also a viable way to do things. You can just do the thing, and then you develop your own way of doing the thing, right? I don't know. I think I've seen more Spanish speaking people do something that isn't fanfic on the English side. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. Anyway, I think that's all for me and all for stream. Uh, really, lovely. Lovely to have to read 3 things submitted by people. Thank you so much to who did we read? We read Arax, and we read Drowning Devil, and we read Alekman. Thank you all for submitting your work. Really lovely. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone watching, lurking, all of those things for giving the gift of some of your time, not only to me, but to the writing that other people are sharing. I think that's a really lovely thing to do for them and for yourself, and of course for me. So thank you for all of that. That's all I can say. I mean, it's so cool that I get to go live and talk about stuff and people watch it. It's amazing. And keep making art you love, because that's a great thing to do. And keep finding beauty in the world, because it's there. And ideally turn it into art you love, or just appreciate it. Yeah. You're welcome for the stream, Ray. And thank you all for watching. Bye. Next time. See you guys next time. Monday. Monday's the next stream. Should be. See you then.